First up we have...
This bout is scheduled.
Well, I hope you broke... These athletes have promised us a war. Let's see if they deliver. You don't want to trade shots. Solid punch. You know, they have an amazing relationship with their coach. They've been working together for a while now, and it's really paying off. Caution is being thrown to the wind. Straight right just misses. Those who thought this would be a mismatch, you are sorely wrong.
Perfectly matched, skill for skill, tap for tap. Now this fight will say, you know what, I'm just that notch above you, and so I've got to respect both of them more than happy.
This fighter loves throwing straight power shots. Their opponent has got to get that head off the center line. No rest for the weary. Gotta let your hands go a little bit. It's okay to be aggressive now. A very competitive round with 10 seconds left. After what we saw in that last round, it's pretty obvious who has the advantage here.
I seriously hope the judges kept their...
Well, we've just taken a big breath, and here we go again. Coming off that fantastic last round, let's see if he can keep his momentum going.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing, because you've won that hands down.
You can see from the record, this fighter is fantastic and is really difficult to get past. Nice exchange here from both men. And he wasn't ready for that counter punch. That hook scores. Very competitive round here so far.
Skill for skill, tap for tap. Just like a match made in heaven.
Both men step back for just a moment. Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. This fight has a real good flow to it. Despite what the judges' scorecards read, there are no losers in this one. Talk about a one-sided 3 minutes. We just saw it.
Dominance, without a doubt, made it look so easy.
There's the bell for round 3. They've got all the momentum on their side after that last round. Let's see what they do here.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing, because you've won that hands down.
And the artist has been dropped.
Oh!
Blink if you miss it. Good thing we can watch that all over again.
That's lights out right there.
Bro, I had my hands up too. What? How did he get me? What the hell?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go.
So this was an unexpected turn of events. What happens next?
Oh, he's up. I'll be surprised if he makes it back to the corner. And if he does, will he get back up from the stool again? That was a shock.
Punch, counter punch.
How do you do punches like that?
He's got the advantage halfway through the round.
The corners must be so happy. Down to a T, play the plan out to a T. If they can pick up momentum and do this over and over and over again, they've got it.
Good counter punching. Every time they throw a shot, they get countered. Has to be careful for that receipt. It's always coming. Straight right just misses. When are we going to see a jab from these two? Total domination with 10 seconds to go. You've got to wonder how big of a factor that knockdown is going to be we just saw.
Can make or break a fighter.
On to the fourth we go. He got knocked down in the last round. Let's see what he can do here.
What a knockdown. 1 minute. You need 1 hour to get over a shot like that. Now it's down to conditioning. Now it's down to mental strength and preparation. It's how you are going to deal with this.
And he scores with the counter. Straight right just misses. One punch could change everything in this battle. Halfway through the round, I'm not sure who's winning it.
They're so close, so close. How can you separate them? It's going to be a hard night tonight for the judges.
Just when you think they're going to have a lull in the action, we get it heated back up. It's like a game of joust. They both got their swords. They're slinging it. They are giving us a high-tempo show. Very close round with 10 seconds to go. You know that bell was sweet music to his ears.
Needs a knockout without a doubt.
There's the bell for round 5. After that last round, something has got to change.
That was a tough last round. Now you've got to make sure he doesn't put it on him. That's what he's going to try and do. So tie him up, hold him, lean on him. Don't get drawn into a fight. Not yet. Not until your senses have come back.
Not a lot of punch output. Thought there would be some more action here. Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. fighter willing to slow down. Can they figure out the combination to this safe?
Skill for skill, tap for tap. She's like a match made in heaven.
He misses with that jab. You'd like to see more jabs. Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. This round's still up for grabs with just 10 seconds to go. It's no secret who has the advantage after that last round. Let's see what they have in store for us in the next one.
As long as they don't get complacent, you think this is too easy. If they keep this same kind of pace up, they've got this fight.
There's the bell to start round 6. Coming off that great round, let's see if they can build on momentum here.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
Not a lot of punch output. Thought there would be some more action here. When are we going to see a jab from these two? The jab doesn't quite connect. This fight a little bit closer than I think a lot of people thought.
Perfectly matched, skill for skill, tap for tap. Now this fight will say, you know what, I'm just that notch above you, and so I've got to respect both of them more than happy.
Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. Jab not finding its target. Nice counter shot. You know the scorecards are going to be all over the place in this one. That bell could not have come soon enough for this guy.
Every second, every minute
What?
of this fight is important. Every second, every minute of this round is important. You cannot afford to lose it.
Here comes round 7. That corner has got to find a way to get some momentum behind their fighter.
This is one of those situations. You've just been hurt. You've got to get out there again. Be smart. Be sharp. Don't be a fool. Don't get suckered in. Make him fight your fight. Hold him. Tie him up just until your head clears again and your legs come back again. Because if you don't, he's going to pop you off.
Both men step back for just a moment. Gotta let your hands go a little bit. It's okay to be aggressive now. When are we gonna see a jab from these two? Back and forth they go, neither fighter willing to back down.
They're so close, so close. How can you separate them? It's going to be a hard night tonight for the judges.
We wanted action, and they are giving us action. That jab won't score. You'd like to see more jabs. This round could go either way. 10 seconds to go. Well, there was no doubt about who won that round.
You can't leave it up to the judges. It's up to you as the fighter, and the tournament's got to put a firecracker on that fight to get out there and get the job done.
There's the bell to start round 8. That round was complete domination. Let's see if we can shake things up here in this round.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
Not a lot of punch output. Thought there would be some more action here. Both men step back for just a moment. It's bombs away. These two are the perfect dance partners.
Perfectly matched, skill for skill, tap for tap. Now this fight will say, you know what, I'm just that notch above you, and so I've got to respect both of them more than happy.
Trying to land that jab. No rest for the weary. Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. You know the scorecards are going to be all over the place in this one. Bad as boxing judging can be sometimes, there's no doubt who won that round.
As long as they don't get complacent, you think this is too easy. If they keep this same kind of pace up, they've got this fight.
There's the bell to start round 9. This fight has been very one-sided. What are we going to have in this round?
Tough. My motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing because you've won that hands down.
He missed with that jab. And so far, the offense has been better than the defense. Not a lot of punch output. Thought there might be more action here. Both fighters landing in these exchanges. Judge is going to have a tough job.
Skill for skill, tap for tap. Just like a match made in heaven.
You'd like to see more jabs. Who's willing to go where the other fighter won't? Beautiful counterpunch. Both men step back for just a moment. Has to be careful for that receipt. It's always coming. They've got the momentum. They've got the advantage. How do they carry that into the next round?
I seriously hope the judges kept their eye on this fight, because if they haven't, there's going to be absolute uproar.
There's the bell for round 10. Last round, complete domination. Let's see what we have in store for us here.
Todd, my motto is, if it's not broken, why change it? An excellent last round, everything works. Wait for the reaction. Until then, keep doing what you've just been doing, because you've won that hands down.
So much for boxing. This is a fight. Straight right just misses. Just misses with that jab. Real good back and forth between these two fighters.
They're so close, so close. How can you separate them? It's going to be a hard night tonight for the judges.
Which fighter will say no mas? How about that time counter shot? Not a lot of punch output. Thought there would be some more action here. When are we going to see a jab from these two? They're looking really close at this cut. Will the fight continue? Yes, sir. We fight on here. Some might have thought the fight a little bit closer, but the judges are in agreement. A unanimous decision win.
Unanimous. You know what? Smart. Smart, that is. That totally changes.
The TSA telling ABC News nearly 2,700 TSA workers called out Tuesday, and roughly a third of all agents at multiple major airports from JFK to Atlanta to Houston, where our Christian Cordero landed today.
Here at Houston Intercontinental, nearly 30% of TSA workers called out yesterday. Today, we are seeing lines that at times span hours.
Marty Morales and Karen Batras telling her they missed their flight to El Salvador because of the line. It was 3 hours and 45 minutes. Our language is there, but we're not Officials at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, one of the busiest in the world, telling ABC News producer Janice McDonald they had to close one of their 4 security checkpoints again today.
I saw the estimated wait time go from 72 minutes to 90 minutes to 115 minutes within a 15-minute span of time. Earlier, I spoke to 3 TSA agents, 2 of which started crying, and one of them asked for a hug.
Most airports are not seeing significant issues, but TSA officials are now warning that if a deal isn't reached to fund the government soon, some small airports could be forced to close entirely.
Over 100 airports in the United States have around 1 or 2 lanes. So if we have a certain amount of policy increase, we might have to quite literally collapse those lanes and close those lanes, which could halt operations at that airport.
And David, one more tip for travelers here. Check the security wait times directly on the airport website because the TSA app is just not being updated right now.
Yeah, check each airport accordingly, Gio. Thank you. Tonight, the urgent search for an American college student from the Chicago area missing in Spain. Tonight, his family says James Gracie, a junior at the University of Alabama, was last seen outside a nightclub in Barcelona on Tuesday. He was on spring break visiting friends. The family tonight asking anyone with information to contact authorities. Back here at home tonight, the disturbing allegations of abuse emerging against the late civil rights icon Cesar Chavez, the woman who was at his side for decades, now coming forward. Here's John Quinones.
For decades, the late Cesar Chavez has been a civil rights icon, a champion of farm workers and hero to millions of Latinos.
We're not going to give up. We're too far to give up.
But tonight, that legacy shattered after an explosive investigation by the New York Times detailing allegations Chavez groomed and sexually abused girls who worked in the farm workers movement. Ana Murguia telling the New York Times she was 13 years old when Cesar Chavez started to sexually abuse her. Deborah Rojas telling the Times she was raped by Chavez when she was 15. And in a shocking accusation, Dolores Huerta, who co-founded the United Farm Workers Union with Cesar Chavez, is breaking her silence after 60 years, saying she was pressured into having sex with Chavez in her 20s and was later raped by him, saying, "I was forced against my will." She says 2 children were born from those assaults and were adopted. Chavez has been honored with murals, schools, and streets named after him, and annual Cesar Chavez Day celebrations. But tonight, the United Farm Workers say they will not participate in this month's celebrations, saying the allegations that very young women or girls may have been victimized are crushing. And at Fresno State in California tonight, this stark image, the statue of Cesar Chavez, now covered in black. Tonight, both the union and the families are expressing shock and concern for the victims. Dolores Huerta, now 95 years old, says she only recently learned about the other women, and she says she is speaking out now because the knowledge that Chavez hurt young girls sickens her. David?
John Quinones on this for us. Thank you, John. Tonight, the Federal Reserve leaving interest rates unchanged amid rising energy costs. The Dow losing 768 points today. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 down as well. When we come back tonight, the horrific and deadly accident at a popular ski resort, a gondola tumbling down the mountain right there. We'll have more in a moment. Also, the major break tonight, the realtor murdered while conducting an open house. Tonight, the arrest. The police chase, officers jumping out of paddleboards to go after a suspect. And tonight, the new list just out, the 10 most popular dog breeds in the U.S., and we'll go down the list right here.
Don't let living with cancer define you. Discover an injectable immunotherapy, Opdivo Qvantig, for certain previously treated adults whose kidney cancer has spread. A chance to live longer, a treatment that's faster. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Opdivo Qvantig lets you receive treatment quickly in as little as 3 minutes. Opdivo Qvantig can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or persistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation. Opdivo Qvantig can harm your unborn baby.
chance to live longer, a treatment that's faster.
Ask your doctor about Opdivo Qvantig. See OpdivoQvantig.com for more information.
My name is Christine. My husband Ryan was a healthy 34-year-old, and then 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. 10 minutes, 100% online, no medical exam. Check your price today at ethos.com.
Even if your child has moderate to severe eczema, they can feel the flow, feel the breeze. And Dupixent helps them feel the heal. It helps calm the key source of inflammation under the skin that can cause eczema. Dupixent is the only biologic therapy approved to treat kids as young as 6 months for noticeably clearer skin and less itch. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Dupixent. Help heal their skin from within so they can stay ahead of eczema. Find an eczema specialist and ask about Dupixent today.
Tonight, a deadly gondola crash in the Swiss Alps. Look at the pictures. The gondola tumbling down this mountainside right here. One person was inside, was killed. Operations suspended because of high winds. Other gondolas were evacuated. Back in the U.S., an arrest tonight in a case that made national news. A realtor murdered while holding an open house. Authorities in Dallas County, Iowa, arresting Kristen Ramsey for first-degree murder in the 2011 death of Ashley Oakland. Police say the suspect worked for the builder of the home. When we come back here tonight, the police chase on paddleboards, you'll see it, and the most popular dog breeds in the U.S. in a moment.
Guys, I'm on the road, and I've lost 45 pounds. In fact, I've lost everything but my big mouth. Losing weight on road is simpler. Even a dummy like me can't mess that up. Stats are looking good on road. Even my legendary golf swing is leveling up. I'm Charles Barkley, and this is me on road. Wait, you're telling me to have a GLP-1 pill for weight loss now?
Are you a fiduciary? Well, sure. What about you? Yes. At Fisher Investments, we take the fiduciary duty to a whole new level, doing right by our clients in all aspects of our business.
Do you make commission selling products?
Well, yes.
In Fisher?
We don't sell any commission-based products because as a fiduciary, we believe that's a conflict of interest. And how do your fees work? Let me explain. At Fisher, we have a transparent fee structured so we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
I was born with wings, but psoriasis swooped in to clip them. Now, with Bimzelx, I'm back to clear skin.
Only Bimzelx targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation.
Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections and lowered ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Start to get back to clear skin with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx.
How do we stop it?
We need someone you can code in COBOL.
What's COBOL?
This is a job for a sponsor. Indeed can help you get it right the first time. Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
Dry eye relief with the prescription Mibo drop? Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about Mibo.
Take advantage of everything AARP has to offer right now. Join AARP for $11 per year with a 5-year term, and your second membership is free. Get access to discounts on everyday purchases, eye care and prescriptions, and programs, tools, and tips to help manage your money and maximize your health. Plus, AARP fights to protect your Social Security, Medicare, and more. Join now. You will also get AARP the magazine. Call or go to joinaarp.org.
What could you do with your day if you could treat at home?
Ask your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo, pre-filled for self-injection.
To the index of other news tonight, authorities jumping on paddle boards to arrest a suspect outside Daytona Beach, Florida. Look at this. The suspect jumped into the Halifax River. A deputy and an officer catching him in the water, handcuffing him, and putting him on a paddleboard. Tonight, the American Kennel Club out with its most popular dog breeds of 2025. The French Bulldog remains on top for the fourth year in a row, followed by the Labrador, Golden Retriever, and German Shepherd. At number 5, the Dachshund. Number 6, the Poodle, followed by the Beagle, Rottweiler, German Short-Haired Pointer. Nice guys, that's mine, Axel. You'll like that. The Bulldog comes in at number 10. When we come back here tonight, the grateful patient and what they've now done for so many nurses at one hospital. This is quite a surprise.
ABC World News Tonight with David Muir, sponsored by the powerful allergy relief of Claritin. Claritin clears. When allergies throw a sucker punch, the power of Claritin D punches back harder. Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. Claritin clears. Instagram teen accounts with automatic protections.
Bad news, Bulldogs. Sidelined for the season.
Limits on who can contact teens.
How are we going to win without you?
And content settings now inspired by 13 plus movie ratings.
You up for this?
Instagram teen accounts with automatic protections.
These days, the world is moving faster than ever, but I like to say not so fast when it comes to a progressive disease like chronic kidney disease. Jardiance is a little pill proven to slow the progression of CKD and reduce the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing, or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Find the goodness of slow by saying not so fast CKD. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price, delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice-daily pill for schizophrenia. Cobenfy was created with a different approach in mind and delivered improvement in schizophrenia symptoms overall. Plus, in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take if allergic to Cobenfy, have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow angle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bile duct, and gallbladder problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow angle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Cobenfy affects you. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat, hoarseness, difficulty speaking, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be. Cobenfy.
New at 6, Valley leaders take swift action after disturbing sexual abuse allegations against Cesar Chavez. What comes next for street signs with his name? Plus, Jeopardy's reigning champ turned host trains your TV set for the Central Valley stage. Finally tonight, here, the patient and the gift. Tonight at the Bryn Mawr Hospital just outside Philadelphia, the nurses cheering one extraordinary act of kindness from an anonymous patient who made a $1 million donation to help pay for student loans. Hugs from the nurses, writing thank you notes to that generous donor. The nurses each eligible for thousands of dollars towards student loans. The patient inspired to give because of those nurses and their care. And right here tonight, the nurse is grateful.
Hi, David.
Aaliyah Hall in the Medical Surgical Telemetry Department.
Myself and my colleagues carry tens of thousands of dollars in nursing school debt, so this truly feels like a weight lifted off of our shoulders.
Hi, David. Matt Roberts, an operating room nurse holding his 3.5-month-old daughter, Vera.
I just want to thank the person that donated and took the time and initiative to care for us in return.
Nurse Emma Pita.
I'm a new graduate nurse, so it will help me to pay back my student loans faster.
Miranda in the post-anesthesia care unit.
I have thousands of dollars in debt, and I just am so excited to hear that we're going to have a little bit of relief.
Colleen and Shannon.
It's going to ease a huge financial burden for us and make it possible to further our educations without incurring more debt. And we just hope that anyone watching this finds this truly inspiring. Hi, David.
And the team at the hospital's other baby unit.
Collectively, we have over $300,000 in student loan debt. It means so much to feel seen and supported in a profession where we give so much of ourselves every day. Thank you. Back to you, David.
Back to you. We love our nurses. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
David Muir, the most trusted anchor in America, the most watched anchor in America. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir the #1 newscast in America.
Now on Live at 16, coverage on the shocking claims of sexual abuse of women and children by the late Cesar Chavez. The explosive report chronicling decades of misconduct and the swift decisions of the valley, state, and nation to remove landmarks, murals, and building names in honor of the labor leader.
Plus, fighting for farm workers, the UFW continues its advocacy under the shadow of Chavez's tainted legacy, the union's response to the allegations, and its message of support for survivors of abuse.
And it happened today, all-time record heat for the month of March in Fresno.
Thank you, ABC 30, for airing Jeopardy, and thank you for watching.
And the Jeopardy GOAT and game show host visits Fresno to share his secret to success.
ABC 30 Action News starts now with breaking news.
Explosive allegations of sexual abuse against the late labor leader Cesar Chavez sends shockwaves across Central California and the nation. His legacy now under fire after a years-long investigative report detailed disturbing revelations from alleged victims when they were young girls, including the labor movement icon within his inner circle. Tonight, local and state leaders call for the removal of landmarks in Chavez's honor, while still supporting the mission they say is bigger than one man. A statue that once was the centerpiece of celebration at Fresno State, now covered with black tarps tonight. Campus leaders say that statue will be removed. And thank you for joining us for Action News Live at 6. Good evening, I'm Margo Kim.
And I'm Warren Armstrong. This was just one powerful sign of change as communities reckon with disturbing allegations in the last 24 hours. United Farm Workers co-founder Dolores Huerta is now one of multiple women coming forward to say she was sexually abused by Chavez. The allegations were revealed this morning in a bombshell report from the New York Times.
Action News reporter Gabe Ferris went through that report line by line today. He joins us now live in downtown Fresno with the disturbing details. Gabe?
Warren and Margo, that report includes firsthand accounts from two women who say they were just young girls when Chavez sexually abused them. Those claims sparking an immediate response today as many now question the legacy of a man who died 32 years ago. The New York Times reporting new allegations against Cesar Chavez, the late labor icon accused of grooming and sexually abusing women and minors for years. The Times detailing an extensive pattern of alleged misconduct. One woman telling the paper she was only 12 years old when Chavez first touched her inappropriately, and then 15 when he raped her. Another woman alleging dozens of sexual encounters with Chavez over a period of 4 years, beginning when she was just 13. The Times investigation claims Chavez used his position of power at the United Farm Workers Union to exploit many of the female members. The paper reporting that a handful of Chavez's relatives and UFW leaders have been aware about various allegations of sexual misconduct for years. The article comes one day after the UFW announced it learned of the allegations, characterizing them as deeply troubling. The union quickly distancing itself from Chavez, stating it would not mark its co-founder's birthday, Cesar Chavez Day, on March 31st. And today, the union's other co-founder, Dolores Huerta, breaking her silence, claiming she, too, had two separate unwanted sexual encounters with Chavez in the 1960s. The first time I was manipulated and pressured, she wrote, I didn't feel I could say no. The second time I was forced against my will and in an environment where I felt trapped. And in the Times report, a photo of the two right here in Fresno, Huerta standing with Chavez in 1965. Now 95 years old, Huerta saying publicly for the first time the alleged sexual encounters with Chavez led to 2 pregnancies that she kept secret until just a few weeks ago. Huerta writing she, quote, carried this secret for as long as I did because building the movement and securing farm worker rights was my life's work. And tonight, the Chavez family has responded to that New York Times article saying they are devastated and calling it deeply painful. They say they wish healing to those survivors who came forward. Reporting live in downtown Fresno tonight, I'm Gabe Ferris, ABC 30 Action News.
Thank you, Gabe. And a reminder, there is help available for anyone dealing with sexual abuse. If you or someone you know has experienced this type of harm, you can contact the National Sexual Assault Hotline through the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. You can call 800-656-HOPE or head to RAIN.org for confidential support and resources.
State and local leaders are speaking out following the sex abuse allegations against Cesar Chavez. His name and face can be seen throughout the city of Fresno, including 222 street signs, parks, libraries, schools, and at Fresno State. Councilmember Miguel Arias says he's standing by Latina activist Dolores Huerta, who released a statement saying she, again, is a victim.
We have a responsibility to listen and to act in a way that honors the pain and sets a new standard.
Arias is calling for change in the city, including replacing Cesar Chavez street signs with their former name. Mayor Jerry Dyer confirmed the city kept those previous signs. A special meeting to approve that proposal will be held tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Despite the new revelations, the efforts of the United Farm Workers Foundation is moving forward. Today, lawyers for the group presented their case against the Trump administration to a federal judge, while supporters rallied outside.
Action News reporter Cassandra Gutierrez continues our team coverage, bringing us the latest on their hopes of reversing farm worker wage cuts, plus the organization's reaction to the disturbing claims against its late co-founder.
Amid troubling allegations against its late founder, the United Farm Workers Foundation keeps fighting for labor rights. With heavy hearts, foundation leaders continued with their planned rally outside of the federal courthouse in downtown Fresno, as their lawyers presented their lawsuit against the Trump administration over farm worker wage cuts. The efforts are on the same day disturbing allegations come to light against Cesar Chavez, who's accused of abusing young women and children.
It was shocking to me and to all of us who work in the union. But we're here and we respect the victims that came forward. And we ask people to respect the victims and give them the space that they need and the ability to talk when they feel safe and when they are ready.
On Wednesday, it was reported that U.S. civil rights leader and UFW co-founder Dolores Huerta accused Chavez of sexual assault, which she says led to 2 pregnancies that she kept a secret for decades. UFW President Teresa Romero says the organization is working on creating a safe space for survivors to talk.
All we ask is that, people give us a little time to make sure that we create that space. And I would ask everybody that do not try to justify anything that happened, not to condone it. It is wrong. And again, respect for victims is the most important thing.
Despite the difficulty, foundation members are still focused on their mission of farm worker rights. Hundreds showed support to lawyers who were requesting a temporary court order to reverse wage cuts until their lawsuit is finalized.
We're suing the administration. Unfortunately, continues to attack our people, continues to attack immigrants, and now he is reducing farm worker salaries from $3 to $7 an hour.
The hundreds of people here share the same mission. Their hope is to reverse the federal wage cuts for farm workers. And UFW recently helped local farmers get a pay bump and better working conditions.
It changed the life, not only for me, it's all for all
people that works in the company.
Through the hardship, the foundation says it will stay centered on their pursuit of farm worker rights. In Fresno, I'm Cassandra Gutierrez, ABC 30 Action News.
A South LA lawmaker is proposing legislation that would rename Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Worker Day. Republican Assembly member Alexandra Macedo of Tulare is leading calls to rename the March 31st state holiday. In a statement, she said farm workers are essential to our everyday lives, later adding, quote, "It is about the movement, not one individual," end quote. Governor Newsom said he would be open to changes made by the legislation in light of the accusations against Chavez.
Stay with Action News on air and online as we continue to learn more about the allegations against the late labor leader, Cesar Chavez. We'll have more coverage coming up from Delano, an integral community tied to Chavez and the farm workers' rights movement.
Turning now to our forecast, AccuWeather alerts stay in place, but a temperature roller coaster is not far behind.
Chief Meteorologist Kevin Musso is tracking the warm start of spring. Kevin?
And prior to today, Fresno had never recorded a temperature higher than 91. But today, the 18th of March, it's now 92 for an official high, all-time high. We also shattered the single-day record from 2004 of 87 by a mile, obviously. And we could come close to records again tomorrow or maybe on Friday before that roller coaster that Margot just mentioned kicks in. It certainly is visible here as you see those ups and downs, and we eventually next week slide back into some 70s.
Thank you, Kevin. EVs are getting a closer look as more families look to save gas money.
In our continuing special series, Driving into the Future, local dealerships offer insight into the low maintenance of electric vehicles.
But first, building backlash. A Fresno community calls for reconsideration of a development project, claiming a rezoning plan is unfair.
There's no substitute for local experience. I've lived in the valley my whole life. I understand what things are like around here, what's important to us, what it's like to get up and go to school in the morning, and how everything around us is dependent upon whether or not we get to do what we want to do. When you see a lot of weather happen, you have a better idea of what to expect.
Experience, technology, and passion come together. You can count on Kevin and ABC 30 AccuWeather.
I got hurt in a car accident, and some pushy insurance guy wants me to sign some papers. I said, stop. And I called the Law Brothers.
After your car accident, stop. Think. Don't say anything and don't sign anything until you talk to us first.
I didn't sign anything from the insurance company. I called the Law Brothers, and they got me $1.25 million.
We're the Law Brothers.
The Law Brothers are here for you. Call 800-222-2222.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Right now, get over $8,000 total value on this 2026 Silverado 1500. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
This tax season, make your refund go further at Fashion Furniture. Get up to $250 instantly towards your furniture purchase. From living rooms to bedrooms, even new outdoor furniture for spring. Now is the time to save. Make your tax refund go further with up to $250 in instant savings towards your purchase. Only at Fashion Furniture. There's nothing like it in all of California.
ABC 30 Action News is sponsored by Chuck Chansey Gold Resort and Casino. Central California's #1 news with Margot Kim, Warren Armstrong, Chief Meteorologist Kevin Musso, and Stephen Hicks. This is ABC 30 Action News, live at 6.
Fresno City Council member Miguel Arias stood with community members from Southeast and Southwest Fresno today to discuss the proposed Elm Avenue plan amendment and rezone. The ongoing 9-year project is getting backlash, with opponents saying the effort is being rushed, and they're calling for Arias to be recused from further involvement. The leaders there say they're fighting for liveliness to be restored in their communities, including housing, schools, and banks.
All we're asking for is equity. We no longer have a pharmacy in Southwest Fresno, we no longer have a bank in Southwest Fresno. And every time we take 2 steps forward, we take 20 steps back.
Arias assured the public the project will steer away from industrial development and will include a large park for families and more residential neighborhoods. He said the industrial development is a burden that should be shared throughout the city and not buried in one area.
Savings at the gas pump are just one reason people are intrigued by electric vehicles.
In our ongoing series, Driving into the Future, sponsored by Electric for All, Action News anchor Daily Wrong shows us how EVs also come with lower maintenance costs.
Drivers behind the wheel of electric vehicles often praise their smooth acceleration.
I feel like it's quicker to merge onto the freeway, so that feels a little safer. And then it's almost too quiet sometimes.
In addition to the quiet ride, many people who drive electric vehicles are pleasantly surprised by the lower maintenance cost compared to a gas-powered vehicle.
I think it's a huge selling point when somebody is presented with the price of a vehicle. It's important to take into account what that vehicle is going to cost over time.
Tanner Hedrick at Hedrick Chevrolet in Clovis popped the hood on the Chevy Equinox EV for a look inside.
When we have electric vehicles, we say, hey, we're just doing a tire rotation, no oil change, obviously.
I kind of make fun of my husband when he has to take his car in to get oil changed. And I'm like, oh, I don't know what that's like.
No tune-ups, so no need to change spark plugs on an EV.
You're still going to have air conditioning and coolant. Instead of engine coolant, we're going to have battery coolant.
Some EV owners still must check their brake fluid and windshield washer fluid, but you won't even see an engine on Teslas when you open the front or front trunk. Mechanics don't spend much time under the hood of EVs or under their chassis because with less lubricated moving parts than a gas-powered car, there's less upkeep.
If it doesn't have lubrication, it has a higher chance of failing. Whereas these vehicles, everything is computer controlled, computer monitored.
Sometimes EVs need a software update, which you can take care of on a touchscreen.
It's a lot like updating an iPhone.
EVs represent a small share of the new car market, about 10% nationwide. But Hedrick says people often ask about them.
I think there's many great selling points. Lower maintenance is definitely one of them.
Dale Wrong, ABC 30 Action News.
Sponsored locally by Electric for All. Imagine never having to change your oil again. Drive electric and save thousands. Learn more at electricforall.org. The way forward is electric.
The man who made television history shared his story today with a Fresno audience.
Differty and Jennings, the host of the popular game show, talks to Action News about the connection between the program and success in life.
And it's been hot, but don't worry, we're going to cool off pretty soon.
ABC 30 Action News is sponsored by Salmon's Furniture Galleries.
We're all in on your health, on preventative care and screenings, and brighter futures for everyone who calls the Valley home. On meeting you where you are and providing care around every corner. All in on getting you back to your passion, your purpose, and living your best life. Community Health System does more than just care for you when you're sick. We're building a healthier, stronger Central Valley. When it comes to your health, your family, your future, we're all in.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Get 2.99% APR plus 500 cash back on Tacoma or 3,000 cash back on Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Northbound at Walmart, Fort Stay safe.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm. You run towards it. And you always have your neighbor's backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E, on the front lines for us all.
$5 till 5 p.m.
You know those commercials that show the perfect closet, the one that makes all your friends jealous?
Closets by Design made that affordable for me.
Take 40% off plus an extra 15% off. Call 1-800-BY-DESIGN or visit closetsbydesign.com.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Lease the Corolla for $229 a month or the hybrid Camry for $259 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
Approximately 1 in 8 people are using GLP-1 drugs to lose weight and live healthier. And tomorrow, the surprising GLP-1 effect that's actually changing grocery stores on Good Morning America.
Get ready to bring the heat at March Money Madness at 3 p.m. on March 21st and 22nd. Round 2 weekend, 64 lucky guests step up to the board for their shot to win. Elite 8 weekend, March 28th, 32 lucky guests, and on the 29th, 16 lucky guests get in the game. 8 final lucky guests finish it all on April 4th, Final Four weekend. Take a jersey from the board and score from $100 in bonus cash all the way up to $2,000 in cash and prizes. Big plays, big prizes, big energy. Eagle Mountain Casino, where guests win every day of the week.
Responsible gaming 1-800-GAMBLER.
With approximately 1 in 8 people using GLP-1 drugs, a lot has changed in how people go about losing weight, and that includes at the grocery store. Tomorrow on GMA, the surprising GLP-1 effect that's actually changing grocery stores. Tomorrow on Good Morning America.
New on Action News, the greatest Jeopardy contestant of all time and the current host of the game show, Ken Jennings, thrilled an audience today at the Soroyan Theater in downtown Fresno. Jennings took the stage at the San Joaquin Valley Town Hall Speaker Series. He answered questions from a group of high school honor students prior to the show, and I caught up with him backstage to talk about Jeopardy and lifelong learning as the key to success.
But I've learned a lot from Jeopardy about just how to be a person and what works in the world and what doesn't work. And a lot of it's just the power of knowledge, just being a curious person, always trying to learn as much as you can every day pays off in innumerable ways. I'm a believer in that.
Jennings says his dad was a big fan of author William Soroyan, and he grew up reading and loving the Fresno natives' books. I had the pleasure of introducing Jennings at today's town hall, as well as 6 former Jeopardy contestants from Fresno, including the voice of the Bulldogs, Paul Lepler, who was in the teen tournament back in the 90s. And you can watch Ken Jennings on Jeopardy weeknights at 7 o'clock on ABC 30. It was a delight today. Really enjoyed it.
It was like a reunion, too, with all those local contestants.
Yeah, nice.
Well, today's record-breaking temperatures could be a future trivia question locally.
Yeah, it really could. You take that to a classroom and see if they know. This date's March 18th. We made some local history, and if you hadn't heard, there it is. Today's high was 92. Yesterday, we were a little bit cooler, and the single-day record, 87, from 2004, it was broken. But as you know, because we've been talking about it nonstop, the month of March has never recorded a day in Fresno of 91 degrees or higher, or higher than 91. That was the prior record. Today, we broke that record by 1 degree with a 92, but look what else happened here. It's likely that some of these are also records, although we don't have the comparisons. The data is not available for all locations. You would think it is, but it simply isn't. But yeah, you can pretty much assume that Lemoore and also Porterville and probably Visalia and Hanford are also in tandem with Fresno on that record because it's all relative. It's all close to home here. And you see high pressure sitting over us right now and not really moving at all. In fact, this is a stubborn dome of heat, a ridge that's in place that will block everything away from the western half of the United States for the foreseeable future, with the exception of the Pacific Northwest, where they're actually even going to get some winter weather left in the month and springtime as it moves through the Cascade Range and up near Vancouver through around the north end of Oregon and Portland area, the mountainous areas. This is an amazing comparison. Eureka, California is 53 degrees, and it's 103 degrees in Palm Springs, where they hit 105 this afternoon. Still 92 degrees as we're holding on to the heat. We're anywhere from 3 to 5 degrees warmer than we were yesterday at this time. But do you see what I see here? Some cooler air is piling up over here. How do we know that? Because the comparisons at the coastline are actually negative numbers, meaning it's 6 degrees cooler in Monterey, down by 4 in Hollister, down by 7 in San Francisco. If the marine layer is building up, it means high pressure is beginning to move to the east and is beginning to weaken ever so slightly. We're still going to be holding on to single-day potential records as we move through what's left of this week and the start of the weekend. However, there is evidence that that behemoth of a high-pressure ridge is starting to move out of the way, allowing cooler air to pile up there at the coastline. We see temperatures in the mid to upper 80s to 90 degrees for the foothills tomorrow, with higher elevations also being in the 70s and 80s as they have been throughout the week. This is your AccuWeather 7-day forecast. Front end here. Spring begins officially in the afternoon on Friday. This weekend is going to feel like a summer preview. Next week, we're going to feel a hint of spring coming back.
Oh, we like the downward trend on the end of that.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah. Thank you, Kevin.
Steven says time is running out to get your bracket filled out.
That's right. And Ohio State is on the list, guys. So that could be good news for your brackets. As on the eve of the big dance, we'll look at Fresno State's history in the postseason, our archives combing through the NCAAs, the NIT, and something only the Bulldogs can say they won.
Looking to fit your crew? There's a Honda for that. Want big savings on gas, hybrid, and EV models? There's a Honda for that. Looking for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies? There's a Honda for that. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Make your tax refund go further at Fashion Furniture. Get up to $250 towards your qualified purchase during our instant savings event. Only at Fashion Furniture. There's nothing like it in all of California.
Welcome to the table.
Welcome to the table.
Welcome to the table.
Can I get a Valley Skyline
Welcome to the table.
Grand opening celebration going on at all Christian's Mattress Express locations. Celebrating our newest location on Blackstone and Herndon. Celebrate with up to 60% off and get a free gift with every mattress purchase. Plus, for a limited time, get free delivery and free recycling. Why settle for one size fits all? Come try top brands such as Serta, Simmons Beauty Rest, Sealy, Tempur-Pedic, Helix, and Heirloom mattresses all under one roof. Grand opening celebration going on now at Christian's Mattress Express. Visit christiansmattress.com to find a location near you.
Christian's Mattress Express.
For no matter what crosses your path, get coverage confidence with AAA Insurance. Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club.
I need a little
Spicy, grilled, original, all ranched up. With a jalapeno kick.
Available for a limited time. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
After your car accident, stop. Think. Don't say anything and don't sign anything until you talk to us first.
I called the Law Brothers, and they got me $2.5 million.
800-222-2222.
Get the best certified pre-owned Hondas. Honda backed with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, a 182-point inspection, and first-year oil changes on us. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Last night, Fresno State baseball dropping its 8th straight game, but there was a bright spot in that 11-9 loss to CSU Northridge. Ethan Payne got the start behind the plate. Not only did the junior from Morgan Hill get his first hit as a Bulldog, he also drove in a run with an RBI double. State looking to snap the skid Friday when they travel to play Utah Tech. A public service announcement to get your bracket filled out. Chance of filling out that perfect bracket, 1 in 9 quintillion. So I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of the game here. Utah State, the only Mountain West school in this year's dance, figured we'd take you through some of the Bulldogs' memorable moments in the NCAA tournament. Starting out 10 years ago yesterday, Fresno State making the last trip to the dance after winning the Mountain West tournament. Rodney Terry led his Dogs into Denver against number 3 Utah. Marvell Harris with a game-high 24. Despite leading in the second half, they fell 80-69. Prior to 2016, their last appearance coming in 2001. That year, State also pulled out its last win, beating 8-seeded Cal 82-70 in Memphis, Tennessee. Demetrius Porter leading the way with 27 points. Jerry Tarkanian's team would advance to play Michigan State in the round of 32, a Spartan team that would eventually win and make the Final Four. Dogs' only other tournament win coming in 1982, where in Logan, Utah, they beat West Virginia 50-46. Ron Higgins leading the way with 18 points as State would advance to the Sweet 16 to face John Thompson's Georgetown and Patrick Ewing. Future Hall of Famer Too Much for the Dogs, who finished with a record of 27-3, ending the season ranked number 11 in the country, still the program's highest ever ranking. 6 times they've made the big dance, but the best postseason moment coming the year later when in 1983 the team won the NIT inside Madison Square Garden over DePaul. It was the first major championship won by any team at Fresno State. In fact, the only other postseason title coming in 2022 with Orlando Robinson scoring a team-high 20 points. Bulldogs won the Basketball Classic 85-74 over Coastal Carolina. That was the first and only time the tournament was held.
This program has never won an NCAA tournament game, ever, like since basketball's been invented.
That was Fresno State women's head coach Ryan McCarthy just last Sunday. While the women's team has never won a game, they have been to the big dance once more than the men's team. From 2008 to 2014, the women advancing to 7 straight NCAA tournaments. They haven't been back since 2014. Closest contest coming in 2012 when Adrian Wiggins' Bulldogs lost by 5 points to number 5 Georgetown.
All these other schools, they're going to have tons of money they can throw at you. They're going to have all these like amazing facilities, but you kind of need to think about it of you're just like a product for them.
Mackenzie Miller-Long, a runner-up in last year's 200-meter backstroke at BYU. She is at this year's swim and dive championships in Florida. The prelims get going tomorrow, and in the age of NIL, she is the poster child, I think, for Fresno State athletics. Clovis East grad going on to BYU and then coming right home to Fresno State, where she has a chance to be a national champ this weekend.
Fantastic. Welcome home and good luck.
No doubt.
Thank you, Stephen. More local families are struggling with basic needs. The community outreach to help people make ends meet at the dinner table.
But first, our coverage continues of the tarnished legacy of the late Cesar Chavez. Governor Newsom and other state leaders react to the shocking allegations of sexual abuse against the late labor leader while supporting the claims of the victims.
Hey, Central Valley! High car prices and low trade offers don't stand a chance during the spring trading sales event going on now at the massive Selma Auto Mall. Get huge savings on over 1,100 new and quality pre-owned vehicles. New models are available with 0 APR for 60 months. And most new vehicles come with a 20-year, 200,000-mile limited warranty. Still paying on your current car and want out early? Your friends at the Selma Auto Mall need your trade today, so we want to overpay. We've got it all at the massive Selma Auto Mall.
Tom Stiles. When he says he's going to tax big corporations and the billionaires who own them, he means it. He'll close the Trump property tax loophole that costs our state billions. Standing with unions to fund quality schools and single-payer guaranteed health care. And he'll take on Trump.
Because I've been in enough corporate boardrooms to know a crook when I see one.
And fight to abolish ICE. No, I want to demolish ICE. Tom Stiles, progressive for governor.
Because of the women who paved the way, opportunities grew, doors opened, futures expanded, and today she is here, teaching in our classrooms, leading our schools, supporting our students, strengthening our community, and building on a legacy of resilience, compassion, and opportunity. This Women's History Month, we honor women across our district.
Here's a look at tonight's primetime lineup on ABC 30. Sponsored by Chuck Chansey Gold Resort and Casino.
The most challenging part of corporate consulting, having the tough conversations.
Frank, the customer asked for a car wash, and you told them that the guys who wash the car aren't in today. Aren't you a guy that can wash a car? Hey, remember, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. Safety first, Hector, but also customer first. It's 2 firsts, not 1.
Because there's no I and you can count on us. But there is an us.
Next Jeopardy! Champ Jamie Day picks up speed.
You saw an all-timer of a Jeopardy performance.
But in this game, everyone brings the heat.
Wow, a big wager.
Tonight at 7 on ABC 30. ABC 30 Action News starts now with breaking news.
Breaking developments continue to flood in as communities react to shocking sexual abuse allegations against the late Cesar Chavez. A bombshell report by the New York Times says the late labor leader abused young girls and fellow civil rights icon Dolores Huerta. Thanks for joining us for Action News Live at 6:30. Good evening. I'm Dale Uron.
And I'm Margot Kim. Reporter Annabelle Munoz has the shadow now cast on monuments in Chavez's honor and reaction from a South Valley survivor.
The statues and monuments are still standing, but the image of the man revered as a Chicano labor rights leader has toppled. A New York Times investigation details the testimonies of two women now in their 60s who accuse Cesar Chavez of years-long sexual abuse beginning in the 70s when they were 12 and 13. Their names are Debra Rojas and Ana Murguia. They say Chavez was in his 40s. The Times reports the then girls were daughters of longtime organizers who marched with Chavez.
Sad that he's pedophile. It's so sad.
A 95-year-old woman has also come forward. Her name is Dolores Huerta, the civil rights leader who led the farm worker movement alongside Chavez. In a statement, Huerta said that as a young mother, she experienced 2 sexual encounters with Chavez, saying in part, "The first time I was manipulated and pressured into having sex with him, and I didn't feel I could say no because he was someone that I admired. My boss and the leader of the movement I had already devoted years of my life to. The second time, I was forced, against my will, and in an environment where I felt trapped." Huerta said both encounters led to pregnancies, adding she arranged for the children to be raised by other families who could give them stable lives. Josefina Salas Arana of Bakersfield was digesting the news, describing being incredulous at first.
I just think it's really sad to find out about him after so many years.
Later saying she understands she's also a survivor of sexual abuse.
Today's my birthday. I'm 72 years old, and I'm finally talking about it. And this happened to me when I was 18. You don't want to talk about it because you feel ashamed. You feel they're not going to believe you.
She was at the Cesar Chavez National Monument in Keene, California, joined by her granddaughter, who's a journalist. The monument is where Chavez's office once was. The women who have spoken out describing being raped or molested by him say some of the abuse took place in that office. Meantime, the Chavez family said in a statement in part, "As a family steeped in the values of equity and justice, we honor the voices of those who feel unheard and who report sexual abuse. We carry our own memories of the person we knew, someone whose life included work and contributions that matter deeply to many people." Annabelle Munoz, ABC 30 Action News.
Governor Newsom says he is also still processing the horrific allegations. Now, just 2 weeks ahead of Cesar Chavez Day, the state holiday commemorating his March 31st birthday. The governor and first partner, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, answered questions at an unrelated press conference today. The governor said he and his wife are, quote, very close with UFW co-founder Dolores Huerta. Siebel Newsom, a key accuser in Harvey Weinstein's 2022 sexual assault trial, teared up while talking about the pain she feels for any victims.
It's a lot. It's like we're living in really tough times, and this war on women isn't new. It goes way, way back centuries. Enough is enough. So it's got to end.
We're learning more, and we have to be there for the back of the victims, and we have to make sure truth and trust is restored, and we have to make sure we're transparent and people are accountable in that context.
The governor estimates there are roughly 3 dozen schools across California named after Chavez. He said he will be having conversations with lawmakers and staff about possibly renaming the state holiday.
We went deep into the Action News archive, showing us coverage of Cesar Chavez throughout the decades. His 1999 or 93 funeral drew a mass of mourners to Central California, including civil rights leaders such as the late Jesse Jackson. Action News will have our stories through the years posted on our website, abc30.com, as we learn more about new sexual abuse allegations that have communities questioning the legacy of Chavez.
Breaking news now in Fresno County. One person has died and another is being investigated after a suspected DUI crash. This happened just before 3:30 this afternoon on Central at DeWolf, just southwest of Sanger.
Highway patrol officers say the driver of a Ford truck was headed east on Central and tried to make a turn, pulling into the path of an oncoming Toyota. The driver of that car could not avoid the collision, hit the truck. The front passenger of the Toyota died at the scene. Officers say he was not wearing a seatbelt. The driver of the Toyota also tried to run away, but was found by authorities. They say he's now being investigated for felony, evading, and driving under the influence. The two men in the Ford were not hurt. For the first time since the war with Iran began, U.S. intelligence officials appeared on Capitol Hill answering questions about military operations. Under pressure, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard testified Iran's regime appears to be intact but largely reduced due to attacks on its leadership and military capabilities. Intelligence chiefs were also grilled on the high-profile resignation of Joe Kent. The top counterintelligence official claimed Iran posed no imminent threat to the U.S. The CIA director was pushed on those claims. Gabbard dodged the question entirely.
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Well, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House.
President Trump attended the dignified transfer for 6 killed service members. He has not commented on their deaths in a plane crash. In the Middle East, strikes on critical energy sites continue to escalate. Israel is hitting gas refineries in Iran. Iran retaliating tonight by striking the world's largest liquefied natural gas terminal in Qatar. In Economy Watch, the Federal Reserve announced today interest rates will stay the same as the war triggers economic uncertainty. Groceries, rent, and airfare all going up. Jet fuel almost doubled in price. Higher costs also mean credit card interest rates will likely remain high. New analysis from Century Foundation and Protect Borrowers found 40% of U.S. adults can't afford to pay off their monthly credit card bills.
In the North Valley, a Madera County church is trying to meet the need for Valley families struggling to cover essential costs. Galilee Missionary Baptist Church distributed fresh groceries in the community of Fairmead. Volunteers say they usually receive 140 boxes of food to give away, but they've been running out before the end of the distribution. Rising gas and food prices have increased the demand.
Especially if you're in an income, income that it doesn't give you enough to eat, or just give you enough for the bills and everything, like the rent.
Yeah, I get a great joy out of giving to the people, and what saddened me the most is at the end of the day, people are still coming through and we have nothing to give them.
The church hosts a food giveaway every third Wednesday of the month. Church leaders encourage people who are still looking for relief to contact their local food bank. A North Valley operation is watching out for walkers.
Protecting pedestrians, the enforcement action to make sure drivers are following the rules of the road.
Hi, I'm Jessica Harrington.
And I'm Jason Oliveira. Tomorrow on Action News AM Live, the American Red Cross of the Central Valley is getting ready to celebrate this year's Class of Heroes.
From first responders to change makers and young leaders, why this group will be nothing short of extraordinary.
Plus, we've got your full Action Weather forecast, overnight breaking news, and everything you need to get ready first thing in the morning.
Only on Action News AM Live, beginning at 4:30 a.m. Kevin understands that weather is something that affects all of us every single day.
I listen to Kevin because he's my coworker. But when I'm at home, I listen to Kevin because I need to know how to get ready for my day.
He's really good at looking 5, 7, 10 days out to see if there's any big changes that warrant an AccuWeather alert.
An app can give you the numbers, but it really doesn't know the community. Kevin grew up in the valley, so he really knows the community.
Experience, technology, and passion. You can count on Kevin and ABC 30 AccuWeather.
The path to your dreams isn't always clear, but with guidance and support, let UNCF light the way to and through college, because a mom is a terrible thing to waste.
ABC and the ESPN app, your home for the NBA Finals.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Each
Chevy Truck Month. Right now, get over $8,000 total value on this 2026 Silverado 1500. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
When looking at your meal, you must always make sure there's enough sauce for every single bite.
Right now, for only $7.50, enjoy 20-piece crispy chicken McNuggets.
It's the Fashion Furniture Instant Savings Event. Get up to $250 in instant savings towards your qualified purchase. Also, up to 50% off youth and kids furniture closeouts. Fashion Furniture, there's nothing like it in all of California.
Bruins Red News at 8, Saturday on ABC. Central California's #1 news with Margot Kim, Dale Yaron, and Chief Meteorologist Kevin Musso. This is ABC 30 Action News, live at 6:30.
And in North Valley, local law enforcement is cracking down on dangerous drivers to prevent tragedies.
Action News photojournalist Alex Ruiz was there as Madera police pulled out all the stops to protect pedestrians. Well, you're conducting a pedestrian decoy enforcement. We're utilizing a decoy, which is a plainclothes officer, to cross the street at various intersections throughout the city of Madera in an effort to, one, ensure that our drivers are yielding to pedestrians, that they're following the laws, and keeping our city streets safe for pedestrians, and that also that we're providing an opportunity to educate some of our drivers as well during this.
The biggest thing is we're trying to make sure these vehicles and pedestrians are being aware of their surroundings, along with following the rules of the road.
I think it's a great idea to have a check every now and then and remind people. Within our community, throughout the state, nationally, we need to send a message that it's important for drivers to be patient, to be compassionate of our pedestrians. Pedestrian safety should be one of the top priorities for drivers.
Hopefully this gets these drivers to pay attention more, and so we don't have these tragedies, or we don't have to go to a person injured.
You know, we had this beautiful spring weather that we're starting to see over the last couple of weeks. We're going to see more pedestrians out. We're going to see more people going to activities, especially children, utilizing our sidewalks, streets, crosswalks, biking. I think it's a great thing to have officers out here with those reminders, and if it doesn't happen that way, you know, we don't want to be thinking about any what if we would have done reminders. I think it's better to do the reminders and encourage people to be safe. And if we can save one life is worth it. All the work in the world, and that's just how we operate in law enforcement. Yeah, it's the greatest.
To that report from photojournalist Alex Ruiz. Today's temperatures set a record.
Kevin's ahead with the pre-spring heat wave and the cool down right behind it.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Get 2.99% APR plus 500 cash back on Tacoma or 3,000 cash back on Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club?
Did you see
ranch? Need a little candy bacon, a buttermilk ranch bun with a jalapeno candy. It's Chick-fil-A chicken, all ranched up. Available for a limited time.
Hey, we're the Law Brothers, and people ask us all the time, do you really get all those big settlements for all those clients? You bet we do. We really have one. Hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients. And what's the other thing people always ask us, John? Are we really on top of these big trucks? Yes, we are. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222. 1-800-222-2222.
Save thousands on the new revolutionary swim spa at a one-time sale Friday through Sunday. Madeira Fairgrounds. Exercise with low impact. Swim the entire year and stay in shape. Teach your kids to swim. Unwind and save thousands. Avoid the expense and maintenance involved with a pool. Swim, exercise, and relax in your new aquatic exercise swim spa. Installation and one day only. New 2026 inventory. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Madeira Fairgrounds. Free admission. Free parking. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
When it comes to your home, you want quality, comfort that you can trust. At Northwest Exteriors, we deliver the highest quality products at the lowest price for a trust you can see. With certified installers and excellent customer service for a trust you can feel. For every new energy-efficient window you purchase, Northwest Exteriors will buy back your old window for $159 each. 100% financing available. Simply the best.
Trust Northwest.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Lease the Corolla for $229 a month or the hybrid Camry for $259 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
Temperatures like today, no big deal in the valley, except when they happen on March 18th.
Yeah, not what one wouldn't expect.
You're right.
I tell you what. But we did, by 1 degree, break that record. The all-time record for the month of March. It's been in the books a while, that's for sure. The individual day record from 2004 is 87. And it looks warm up there, doesn't it, in Yosemite National Park? So what's the story here in the overnight hours into tomorrow morning? We only cool in Fresno to a 61. Does that look familiar? That's where we were this morning, so the stage is set for another very warm day. This ridge of high pressure, I'm going to have to admit something to you. The graphics you see on the screen right now, I didn't have to move them. They're the same ones I showed you yesterday. Even the position of the jet stream, because it didn't move. If anything, it kind of expanded out just a little bit. Now, it will, this area right here, that high pressure ridge will begin to slide eastward ever so slowly, allowing a little bit of an approach of some cooler air right here. But this isn't strong enough to completely shove that ridge out of the way. In fact, you see a disconnect here with the modeling between this precip to our southwest and the light rain that just barely comes over maybe Eureka or Crescent City in the middle of next week. That will, though, begin to push some ocean cooled air that's just now beginning to pile up on the California coastline and move it inland. You do see some evidence of it over here with 74 in South San Francisco. That's a little bit cooler than it was yesterday at this time. Beautiful picture of Kauai Health here with the reflective sun and the low sun angle there. Light breezes coming through out of the west at 7 miles per hour. But it's warm. It's 91 degrees. That would seem more like June rather than the end of March. And we've got a couple of days left of winter when spring actually arrives on Friday of this week. We'll start that downward trend. This is pretty nice. Over at the beach, it'll be 70s to near 80 degrees for your weekend. Tomorrow, the mountain communities will be just about as warm as they were today. I don't really notice any change there until we get to Saturday night into Sunday, and then it'll be noticeable. High Sierra temperatures in the 70s and 80s too. Bass Lake at 87. So overnight tonight, just about where we were this morning, with upper 50s to low 60s. It was pleasant. It's just normally not that mild in the morning hours. 80s over the weekend, 70s in the middle of next week.
All right, crank up the air conditioning till then. Thank you, Kevin. Well, how often do you stare at your clothes and say, I have nothing to wear, Dale?
I think she does that every day.
Yeah.
Know your colors, the simple tool to help you mix and match like an expert.
ABC 30 Action News is sponsored by Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
When you play at Chukchansi Gold's Tropic Pool $670,000 giveaway, the adventure stays with you. Because through May 1st, you could be the lucky winner of a new Jeep, a boat, or your share of over $500,000 in cash and e-cash prizes. Play for your adventure at Chukchansi Gold Resort and Casino.
Bring on the spring at the Honda Spring Event. Honda vehicles are built for exploring, with available features like all-terrain tires, off-road tuned suspension, and trail watch. All from the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $269 per month lease on a 2026 CR-V all-wheel drive LX.
Because of the women who paved the way, opportunities grew, doors opened, futures expanded, and today she is here, teaching in our classrooms, leading our schools, supporting our students, strengthening our community, and building on a legacy of resilience, compassion, and opportunity. This Women's History Month, we honor women across our district.
We're all in on your help, on preventative care and screenings, and brighter futures for everyone who calls the Valley home, on meeting you where you are and
providing care around every corner. All in on getting you back to your passion, your purpose, and living your best life. Community Health System does more than just care for you when you're sick. We're building a healthier, stronger Central Valley. When it comes to your health, your family, your future, we're all in.
Everyone knows there's no I in team, so our team at Fresno Buick GMC works together to give you the very best car buying experience. Our sales team helps you find the best car, truck, or SUV for your lifestyle and budget. And our service team will keep you on the road no matter where you're headed. Visit the Fresno Buick GMC team today. Get great deals like this now at Fresno Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
A new business in Northwest Fresno is curating confidence through color analysis and styling.
In tonight's Watching Your Wallet, Action News anchor Vanessa Vasconcelos shows us how the service can save you time and money.
You don't have to break the bank to look and feel your best. Sometimes it's just about knowing your colors.
I'm here to help women discover their natural beauty, highlight that in a way that makes them feel authentic, dress in a way that brings out their natural confidence and radiance.
House of Color franchise owner and stylist Trina Riley says her business is about making sure women have a wardrobe that works for them.
You're not going to feel like you're walking in the stores and having to always buy things that are trend or ending up with a closet, but still feeling like you have nothing to wear.
Riley says each client's journey starts with color analysis.
It's an active process. It's in person, in natural light. Seeing is believing. We're looking at the same thing with our own eyes in real time, seeing the big difference that the colors make. What we want to be looking for is if you have a warm or yellow-based undertone, and we help them discover the colors that are going to naturally harmonize with their DNA, with their undertone. As soon as we put you in the right color, here, this warm red, do you see what a difference?
The one-time appointment or investment provides you with the tools that can last you a lifetime.
We're talking about everything from knowing the hair color that works for you, because that frames your face, the cosmetics to work, how to be able to have a wardrobe that in essence really does put you at the center.
Clients are also sent home with resources to help the shopping process, including a color swatch band to use while shopping in store.
What you're really looking for is color harmony. So when you wave the fan against the color or the garment, does it harmonize with all the colors in the palette?
Vanessa Vasconcelos, ABC 30 Action News.
A hands-on program shows students how to pursue a trade.
Building a future, the Valley event where future designers can show their skills.
There are those who say the modern world has made us lose touch with places like this. We say that depends on what you're driving.
Get a Bronco Sport Imprint for $299 a month for 36 months. Only at your California Ford dealer.
I'm a lunch lady. I cook for over 200 kids every single day. You would be amazed by how many kids come to school hungry. Finally, someone got pissed off and did something about it, and that was Tom Steyer. Free school meals for every California kid. Your baby, my baby. Free lunches, free breakfast every day. That's 3 million lunches a day. I get to make 200 now. That's why I trust Tom Steyer to be our governor, because he fights for us. Don't just tell me what you're going to do. Show me. Tom did. That's going to be my governor.
Dupixent continuously works to help prevent asthma attacks. So girls' days are better. Game days are better. Even Mondays are better. Dupixent's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. It's not for sudden breathing problems. Some people felt their asthma symptoms improve in as little as 3 days. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away if signs of inflamed blood vessels like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, brown or dark colored urine, tingling or numbness in limbs. Tell your doctor of new or worsening skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Do more with less asthma. Ask your doctor about Dupixent, the most prescribed biologic in asthma. Also approved as an add-on
treatment for adults with COPD that is not well controlled and with a specific marker of inflammation. Say hello to the EECU Advantage Home Loan. With up to 90% financing, which means home buyers have an easier path to becoming a homeowner. Learn more about the EECU Advantage Home Loan at myeecu.org.
Coming up tonight at 11, the abuse allegations against labor leader and civil rights activist Cesar Chavez continues to send shockwaves across the country. Questions now surround what will be done with statues, streets, and schools named in his honor across the Central Valley.
And if there's any late-breaking news, we'll bring it to you as it happens. So join us tonight for Action News, live at 11.
And finally, thousands of Valley students are getting their hands dirty as they show off impressive skills that could someday earn them a job.
Events are happening all week at the Carruthers Fairgrounds for the Central California Builders Exchange Design Build. The three-day competition has students taking part in landscaping, auto care, construction, and welding. Industry partners are also on site to coach teams of students about career technical education pathways. It all wraps up on Friday. Looks like they're building something great.
Yes, indeed.
ABC 30 is a proud sponsor of the event.
And the parents at home say, we have some projects.
Oh, yeah. I got a long list.
All right. Thanks for making Action News at 6:30 part of your evening.
We're working on all new stories for Live at 11. You can also download our ABC 30 News app for local news and weather anytime. Join us again at 11.
ABC 30, partnered with KMJ News Talk Radio. Get Action News updates on AM 580 and 105.9 FM.
Approximately 1 in 8 people are using GLP-1 drugs to lose weight and live healthier. And tomorrow, the surprising GLP-1 effects that's actually changing grocery stores on Good Morning America.
The most challenging part of corporate consulting? Having the tough conversations.
Frank, the customer asked for a car wash, and you told them that the guys who wash the car aren't in today. Aren't you a guy that can wash a car? Hey, remember, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. Safety first, Hector, but also customer first. It's two first, not one.
Because there's no I and you can count on us. But there is an us.
Major manufacturers of warehouses clearance of new 2026 inventory Friday through Sunday. Madeira Fairgrounds. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2026 inventory. Deep discounts. All inventory 40 to 80% off. The revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Madeira Fairgrounds. Free admission. Free park. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
From the Alex Trebek stage at Sony Picture Studios, this is Jeopardy! Let's meet today's contestant, a special projects consultant from Trumbull, Connecticut, Camila Tisdale. A technology director from El Paso, Texas, Luke Linton. And our returning champion, a bureaucrat and law student from Lawrenceville, New Jersey, Jamie Ding, whose 3-day cash winnings total $77,800. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Ken Jennings.
Thank you so much, Johnny Gilbert. It's good to have you with us today on Jeopardy. I hope you were with us yesterday, because if you were, you saw our 3-day champion, Jamie Ding, deliver an all-timer of a Jeopardy performance. He ran 2 categories. He responded correctly to both daily doubles he found. He finished with our highest single-day total of the season. And if you throw in Final Jeopardy, he was correct on 45 clues. To put that into perspective, only one other player has ever had a 45-clue game of Jeopardy, and I'm told it was me back in 2004. Jamie is certainly making his mark here on the Alex Trebek stage, but your path to 4 wins today will go through Luke and Camila. Good luck to the 3 of you. Let's get to work in the Jeopardy round. Here are your categories today, players. We have sister cities in the first spot, then Brussels
brushing up on film dentists, followed by ships and boats, what's in the time capsule, newer meanings, and finally, cast your mind back to the White House on April 29th, 1962 for the Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner. Jamie, where to first?
The Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner for 800.
The answer there is a daily double right off the bat. You don't have any money yet, Jamie. You can wager up to $1,000.
$1,000.
Going for 1,000, here's your clue. The Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner. JFK called the 49 Nobel winners the greatest gathering of talent and knowledge at the White House since this man dined alone. Jamie?
It was FDR.
Sorry, no. JFK was thinking of our famous polymath President Thomas Jefferson. So you start in the hole with negative 1,000, still your boy.
What's in the time capsule for 1,000?
The 1876 Century Safe, opened in 1976, featured photos of Ulysses Grant and others by this photographer. Jamie.
It was Brady.
Matthew Brady is right.
Film dentists for 800.
Steve Martin, DDS, saying, "You'll be a dentist. You have a talent for causing things pain" in this carnivorous plant-based movie. Luke?
Was Little Shop of Horrors.
Yes.
Sister Cities for 1,000.
Glastonbury, England is sister to this Greek island municipality, where St. John, by tradition, did his revelating. Jamie?
Was Patmos.
Right.
Newer meanings for 800.
If you are doing this, you are either trying to sound like a cat, old meaning, or strengthening your jawline, new meaning. Luke?
Was mewing.
Mewing is right.
Ships and boats for 1,000.
This German Graf, or Count, went down with his flagship in 1914. The warship named for him suffered a similar fate in 1939. Jamie?
It was Speed.
The Graf Spee, that's right.
What's in the time capsule for 600?
A silver plaque was the highlight of a capsule placed in 1795 in the Massachusetts State House by Samuel Adams and this man. Jamie?
It was Paul Revere.
Yeah, silversmith.
Newer meanings for 1,000.
Not alpha, but this Greek letter means popular or cool. Luke?
What is Sigma?
That's the letter.
Sister Cities for 800.
In 2001, Lublin, Wisconsin, population 118, got sisterly with Lublin in this country, population 330,000. Jamie?
What's Ireland?
No. Luke?
What is Poland?
Poland is the country.
Brushing up on film dentists for 1,000.
This legendary British actor does chilling dental work in Marathon Man. It is most definitely not safe. Jamie?
It was Olivier.
That's right.
Ships and boats for 600.
Songs from this 1927 Hammerstein and Kern musical include Cotton Blossom, Life Upon the Wicked Stage, and Old Man River. Jamie?
What is Showboat?
That's the show.
Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner for 1,000.
Attendees included 48 male Nobel laureates and 1 female one. This author, raised in Zhenjiang, China. Jamie?
It was Buck.
Pearl Buck, good.
Time capsule for 800.
A capsule buried in London in 2012 has a tin of anchovies to show that sell-by dates are stupid, and a map of this transit system. Luke?
What is the Tube?
The London Underground, yes.
Brushing up on film dentists for 600.
King Schultz had the natural career progression of dentist to bounty hunter in this 2012 Tarantino period piece. Jamie?
It was Django Unchained.
Yes.
Ships and boats for 800.
Remembered in a Gordon Lightfoot song, this ship sank in Lake Superior in 1975 with the loss of 29 lives. Luke?
What is the Edmund Fitzgerald?
That is correct. It's been a shootout so far between you and Jamie. I'm afraid I need to stop while you're paused. We'll come back with lots more Jeopardy action after this.
Looking to fit your crew? There's a Honda for that. Want big savings on gas, hybrid, and EV models? There's a Honda for that. Looking for the most Car Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies? There's a Honda for that. Search your local Honda dealer today.
On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Water down at mile mark before the station.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm. You run towards it. And you always have your neighbor's backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E on the front lines for us all.
Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. I need a little ranch with candy bacon, a buttermilk ranch bun, pickled jalapenos, jalapeno ranch sauce, and Chick-fil-A chicken. Available for a limited time. Wait, you didn't fix my air conditioner. extended edition featuring special guests and never-before-seen footage.
Thank you.
Kelly's 25th anniversary special, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Get the best certified pre-owned Hondas. Honda backed with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, a 182-point inspection, and first-year oil changes on us. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Promotional consideration provided by University of Maryland Global Campus. Visit umgc.edu.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, our students know that every new skill they learn is a new opportunity to further advance their career. In UMGC's skills-based programs, you can learn how to apply emerging technology like AI. Learn more at umgc.edu.
Camila Tisdale is a special projects consultant from Trumbull, Connecticut. You're a Jeopardy player, but you were also inspired by another Jeopardy player to make a lifestyle change. What?
Yes, I moved back home with my parents, and I saw Brandon Liao call himself a stay-at-home son, and I decided to embrace it. And I'm taking the title of live-in tech support.
Ah, that's nice. So you're just rebooting printers and downloading
unjamming
drivers.
things, showing how to put captions on the TV, all of the above.
Very nice. Good work if you can. I'm glad Jeopardy can inspire America to move back in with their parents. It's important work we're doing. Luke Minton is a technology director from El Paso, but you haven't always been there. You lived overseas, right? Where were you?
Correct. When I was a freshman in high school, I found out the World's Fair in 2017 was going to be in Kazakhstan, and it became my dream to work in Kazakhstan.
Just to go to the World's Fair?
Exactly. And I spent the summer working there for the National Energy Company, and Kazakhstan as a country is very nice.
Very nice. That's the one thing I know about it, Luke. Thank you. Jamie Ding is back with us, a bureaucrat and law student from New Jersey. Jamie, we share a Jeopardy record now, but we also share a passion. You enjoy cryptic crosswords like I do, British-style crosswords, right?
Yes. I've even constructed a couple. I'm the opposite of Paulo Pasco in that I am not at all prolific, only two, but they have been published with an outfit, AVCX, and one of them's actually up for an award.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
They're very complicated for those who don't know, very Baroque clues, harder to write possibly than what Paolo writes, would you say?
Yeah.
There we go. Take that, Paolo. Luke, it's your board, tied for the lead. What'll it be?
Sister Cities for 600.
An ancient city in the heart of Spain shares this name with a sister in the north of Ohio. Jamie.
Was Toledo.
Or Toledo, yes.
Ships and boats for 200.
Taking 18 days in 1838, the ship Sirius was the first vessel entirely under this power to cross the Atlantic Ocean. Luke.
With steam.
Yes.
What's a time capsule for 400?
The Crypt of Civilization capsule holds a quart of this, which the folks in 8113 can crack open when the capsule's opened. It'll have a 6,000-year-old beer to enjoy. Luke?
Sister Cities for 400.
The biggest Texas city with a Spanish name. In 1953, it got with Monterrey and became the first U.S. city to have a Mexican sister. Luke?
With San Antonio.
Right.
Sister Cities for 200.
Dozens of cities are sister to this little town just south of Jerusalem, though not, oddly, a historic Pennsylvania steel center. Luke?
What is Bethlehem?
That's it.
Film dentist for 400.
P. Sherman is the dentist in this animated film. 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney is P. Sherman's office address. Luke?
What is Finding Nemo?
Good.
Film dentist 200.
Some friend. In 2011, this actress was one of the horrible bosses as Dr. Julia Harris. Jamie?
It was Aniston.
Right.
Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner for 400.
Two Nobelist widows sat with JFK, George Marshall's and Mary, wife of this author. Mary took on the president about Cuba. Luke?
Who's Hemingway?
You got it.
Newer meanings for 600.
Merriam-Webster added utter disaster to the entry on this noun that Amy Schumer used as a film title. Jamie?
Was train wreck.
Correct.
What's in the time capsule for 200?
To be opened in the year 3000, a capsule commissioned by the New York Times Magazine contains a copy of this 1963 piece of oratory. Jamie?
Was I Have a Dream?
That's right.
Nobel Prize dinner for 600.
JFK smoothly asked this Nobel-winning chemist who just protested against nuke tests, haven't you been around here already lately? Jamie?
It was Pauling.
Well done, minus Pauling.
Newer meanings for 400.
Five-letter butter maker seen here. As a noun, it can refer to the loss of existing customers. Luke?
What is churn?
Yeah.
Ships and boats for 400.
We remember the Maine, but how about the Iowa and the Texas, which helped win the decisive Battle of Santiago in this war? Camila?
What is the Spanish-American War?
Yes, you're on the board.
Newer meanings 200.
No longer just meaning in the center, this word also means just meh. Camila.
What is middling?
No. Jamie.
What's mid?
Mid is the new word. We have one more clue from the Kennedy's Nobel Prize dinner. First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy's table had this man, the national hero of the moment since orbiting Earth 2 months before. Luke.
Who's Glenn?
Sean Glenn is correct. You are just $200 behind Jamie after a heck of a round. Camila, tough to get in against these two guys, but you will select first when we come back. Double Jeopardy starts after this.
All you gotta do is go, what's that?
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
What do we do?
No more sad sack. Full on fun sack. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Central Valley! High car prices and low trade offers don't stand a chance during the spring trading sales event going on now at the massive Selma Auto Mall. Get huge savings on over 1,100 new and quality pre-owned vehicles. New models are available with 0 APR for 60 months. And most new vehicles come with a 20-year, 200,000-mile limited warranty. Still paying on your current car and want out early? Your friends at the Selma Auto Mall need your trade today, so we want to overpay. We've got it all at the massive Selma Auto Mall.
Tom Steyer. When he says he's going to tax big corporations and the billionaires who own them, he means it. He'll close the Trump property tax loophole that costs our state billions. Standing with unions to fund quality schools and single-payer guaranteed health care. And he'll take on Trump.
Because I've been in enough corporate boardrooms to know a crook when I see one.
And fight to abolish ICE. No, I want to demolish ICE. Tom Steyer, progressive for governor.
The Good Feet Arch Support System can not only alleviate but also eliminate the pain from plantar fasciitis, flat feet, neuromas, and bunions. Good Feet Arch Supports can provide them relief when nothing else has worked.
Spring refresh with creator Lisa Chan and Lara Spencer next Cameron Hall.
Closed captioning sponsored in part by for pain here or here. Salon Pass patches stick firmly and remove comfortably once your pain is gone. Salon Pass, it's good medicine.
Check your heart from anywhere and detect atrial fibrillation with KardiaMobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
Luke suddenly put our champion Jamie to the test in the first round. Now it's time for Double Jeopardy. Twice as much money. These new categories. American literature comes up first. The astronomy of astrology follows it. Then it's holy days and festivals. His and hers, note the quotation marks. Then panic. Of course, at the disco. Where else? Camila?
Let's do Panic for 400.
He scared a lot of people in 1950 when he said, in my opinion, the State Department is thoroughly infested with communists. Jamie?
Who's McCarthy?
Correct.
At the disco for 1,200.
LaDonna Gaines, a.k.a. the Queen of Disco, was hot stuff on the charts under this name. Luke?
Who's Donna Summer?
That's her.
Holy Days for 2,000.
Traditionally, during a harvest festival that follows Yom Kippur, Jews eat in a hut-like booth called this. The festival is Sukkot, and the booth is a sukkah. Back to you, Luke.
Holy Days for 1,600.
Among other things, this Hindu festival of lights celebrates the victory of light over darkness and good over evil. Jamie.
Was Diwali.
Right.
American literature for 2,000.
Saul Bellows' The Adventures of this character sure fits the category, beginning, I am an American, Chicago born. Luke.
Who's Augie March?
Well done. 2,000 more for you.
Holy Days for 1,200.
Declaration of the Bab and Birth of the Bab are holy days in this religion. Luke.
Who's Baha'i?
That's right.
Holy Days for 800.
The people seen here are observing this day. Jamie.
Was Ash Wednesday?
Correct.
Panic for 1,200.
The answer there is a daily double. At a fortuitous time for you because Luke has just taken away your lead.
8,200.
Wow, a big wager. You'll end up with 18,400 if you're correct. The category, remember, is panic. Millard Fillmore once belonged to this dim-sounding party that fueled moral panic via anti-immigrant and anti-Catholic views.
Who were the know-nothings?
That is the party, yes. You pull back into first place. Had lots of time and another daily double left to go. Jamie?
His and hers for 2000.
The economic center of western Afghanistan, this city, once famous for its carpets, was captured by the Arabs in 660 AD. Luke?
Was Kandahar?
No. Jamie or Camila? It had her in it. What is Herat? Back to you, Jamie.
The astronomy of astrology for 1600.
The outlook is murky in Sagittarius. Its lagoon, one of these regions, is darkened by interstellar dust. Jamie?
Was Nebula?
Lagoon Nebula is right.
At the disco for 2000.
This iconic New York City club launched in 1977 as a playground for sex, drugs, and disco. Jamie?
What is CBGB?
No. Camila?
What is Studio 54?
You had 2000.
At the Disco 1600.
Rolling Stone called this ABBA hit a mirror ball anthem for every dreamer who's a disco goddess in her mind. Camila?
What is Dancing Queen?
You are the dancing queen, yes.
At the Disco 800.
Disco proudly celebrated self-expression in LGBTQ+ communities, as when Diana Ross sang, "I'm this title phrase." Luke?
What is coming out?
Want the world to know, yes.
Panic for 2000.
In 1692, this enslaved woman from the house of Samuel Parris was the first person accused in the Salem witch panic. Luke?
Was Tituba.
Good for 2000.
Astronomy of astrology for 2000.
You're a Libra, aren't you, darling? Find peace in knowing Libra is home to Gliese 581e, one of these bodies orbiting a red dwarf. Jamie?
What's an exoplanet?
Correct for 2000.
American literature for 1200.
Willie Stark, in Robert Penn Warren's Pulitzer-winning All the King's Men, was inspired by this Louisiana governor. Jamie?
Was Huey Long.
That's him.
Astronomy of astrology for 1200.
You're the pride of your pride if you know that Leo is home to NGC 2903, one of these galaxies with pinwheeling arms. Jamie?
What's a spiral galaxy?
Correct.
His and hers for 1600.
The answer there. The final daily double of the game. Good news that you kept Luke from finding it, but you still have to be correct here, Jamie. What's the wager?
5200.
All right, going for 27,600 if you're right. Here's your clue in his and hers. These organic compounds may induce the dilation of capillaries or the constriction of bronchial muscle tissue. Jamie?
What are antihistamines?
No, close, but it's histamines that do that.
Ah.
So this game got a little bit closer. Select.
Panic for 1600.
The Panic of 1873 arose largely from the bursting of a speculative bubble in this industry, just a few decades old. Jamie?
What is railroad?
Right.
His and hers for 800.
His other concerns made him also the god of roads, commerce, and invention. Luke?
Who's Hermes?
Yes.
American literature for 1600.
In Ambrose Bierce's An Occurrence at This Structure, a man is to be hanged, and will say no more. Jamie?
What is Owl Creek Bridge?
Right.
Panic for 800.
He starred in the Archibald MacLeish play Panic, and later created a different kind of panic with Warrables. Luke?
Who's Wells?
Taurus is a reddish star known as the eye of this bovine. Luke?
Was Taurus.
No. Jamie?
Was a bull?
Yes, we gave Taurus the clue. It's the eye of the bull. Back to you, Jamie.
American literature for 800.
F. Scott Fitzgerald completed 4 novels, with this last one, set in Hollywood, left unfinished in 1940. Jamie?
Was The Last Tycoon?
Right.
At the disco for 400.
What did all the grooviest cats wear to the disco? Per Vogue, if there was one fabric the 70s wrapped itself in, it was this. Camila?
What is polyester?
It sure was.
His and hers 400.
Similar to a tantrum, it's a childish display of anger or annoyance that someone might throw. Luke?
What's a hissy fit?
Correct.
Holidays for 400.
A day to do good deeds and reflect on his teachings, Vesic celebrates his birthday, death, and enlightenment. Jamie?
Who's Buddha?
Right. We'll finish off with American literature for 400. The letter in Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter was this one, initially standing for the wearer's perceived sin. Luke?
Was A.
Scarlet A is correct. Jamie has had a runaway in his first 3 games, but not today. Great play from Luke and Camila. Here's your final Jeopardy category, players. Bodies of water. We will come back with the clue when the wagers are in just a moment.
Today's custom clue is brought to you by Rail Bookers. From Alaska to Zermatt,
Choose this company to travel to iconic destinations worldwide so you can sit back and enjoy a vacation. Buddy's Rail Bookers. Ready to start planning? Visit railbookers.com for the largest collection of expertly crafted, complete itineraries and create your vacation today.
Man, I love this place. But when my dry AMD progressed to geographic atrophy, or GA, I was worried I'd be seeing less of it. My retina specialist told me that Izervay protects healthy retinal cells longer and is proven to slow GA. Which could help me see what I love for longer.
Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam.
With Izervay, I'm taking action to slow my GA, and seeing him out there means everything to me.
Ask your retina specialist how you could help preserve your vision longer with Izervay.
Come on, man. The harsh sulfates in your body wash, they're drying you out.
Try Native, sulfate-free for gentle 24-hour freshness.
Why, Zeus, I smell delicious.
It's Native.
Looking for an easy-to-use phone? Jitterbugs have large screens, simple menus, and urgent response for 24/7 help. Whichever phone you choose, it's a win. Save up to 60%. Plus, plans start at just $14.99 a month. With our heart disease and diabetes, our high LDLC means a heart attack's a real risk. We should ask about Repatha.
You're right.
Repatha plus a statin lowers LDLC. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site. Ask about Repatha.
We'll be back with Final Jeopardy right after this.
The most challenging part of corporate consulting? Having the tough conversations.
Fresh. The customer asked for a car wash, and you told them that the guys who wash the car aren't in today. Aren't you a guy that can wash the car? Hey, remember, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Safety first, Hector, but also customer first. It's two first, not one.
Because there's no I and you can count on us. But there is an us.
On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Northbound at mile marker 450, Stacy.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm. You run towards it. And you always have your neighbor's backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E, on the front lines for us all.
Is in the air.
We've got married couples playing all this week.
And there's more to look forward to.
Mystery 10K Vacations Cash Love is in the air.
Tonight at 7:30.
On ABC 30.
All you gotta do is go, what's that?
Was that?
Go practice.
No more sad sack. Full-on fun sack. That's what I'm talking about.
For the first game in Jamie's time with us, we have suspense going into Final Jeopardy. Bodies of water is the category. Here's the clue. Bordered by 3 nations, it's the world's largest tropical lake and the world's second largest freshwater lake. 30 seconds, contestants. Good luck. What part of the world would hold the world's largest tropical lake? We'll find out by starting with Camila with $5,000. She wrote down, looks like Tanganyika. It's the right part of the world, but not the right lake, I'm afraid, Camila. What will you lose? $4,999, leaving you with $1. Luke Minton gave Jamie Ding a heck of a game today. 14,400, a great total. Is he correct in final? His lake? Lake Managua, thinking of the New World. Also incorrect. Your wager, Luke? Everything. That'll knock you down to zero, I'm afraid. Jamie Ding with 23,200. Is he going to add to that in final? He wrote down Lake Victoria. That is correct. Bordered by Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. What did you wager today, Jamie? Less room to maneuver. 5601 takes you up to 28,801, and now a 4-day total of $106,601. Well done. You met the challenge. We'll be back here on the Alex Trebek stage for you tomorrow. See you then.
Introducing the Jalapeno Ranch Club. I need a little spicy, grilled, original, all ranched up. With a jalapeno kick. Available for a limited time. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
We're all in on your health, on preventative care and screenings, and brighter futures for everyone who calls the Valley home. On meeting you where you are and providing care around every corner. All in on getting you back to your passion, your purpose, and living your best life. Community Health System does more than just care for you when you're sick. We're building a healthier, stronger Central Valley. When it comes to your health, your family, your future, we're all in.
Save thousands on the new revolutionary swim spa at a one-time sale Friday through Sunday. Madeira Fairgrounds. Exercise with low impact. Swim the entire year and stay in shape. Teach your kids to swim. Unwind and save thousands. Avoid the expense and maintenance involved with a pool. Swim, exercise, and relax in your new aquatic exercise swim spa. Installation in 1 day only. New 2026 inventory. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Madeira Fairgrounds. Free admission. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
This game show hour is brought to you by Chipchansey Gold.
Play during Chipchansey Gold's Draw the Cool $670,000 giveaway, and you can drive home a Jeep or a boat, or your share of over $500,000 in cash and e-cash prizes. Play for your adventure at Chipchansey Gold Resort and Casino. ABC 30's Game Show Hour, brought to you by Chuck Chansey Gold Resort and Casino.
I want you both to answer on the count of three. Was it love at first sight? One.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, yes. 1, 2, yes.
Yes, it was love at first sight.
No.
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to count to three.
Oh,
I did.
I missed that part.
Oh, my bad. No.
Take two.
Take two. My answer's not going to change.
Mine either.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the stars of our show. Ryan Seacrest and Vanna White.
Thank you all very much. Yes, love is still in the air.
It is.
I feel it. All right, let's get to it. See you, Vanna. Thank you. Hi, couples. How you doing? Can't wait to hear your stories. But first, let's get you some money. Grab those devices down there. The first toss-up will be worth $1,000. And the category is Opposites Attract. Opposites Attract. All right, here we go. Susan and Stephen.
You and me.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. Susan and Stephen Varghese from Parkland, Florida. Tell us about your first date.
Ryan, it started with a long-distance relationship, and after 4 months of talking, Susan said, hey, you know what? I think I can get used to this guy. Why don't you come on down to Florida? And she coordinated a full trip to the Caribbean, a one-day trip, and that was our first physical date. Fast forward.
Yep. 15 years later, we have 3 beautiful children, Gabriel, Annabelle, and Aria. And we have to work together as well, so we really enjoyed spending time together.
What a great story of a first date. Well, good luck. Nice to meet you both. Enjoy tonight. Wally and Matt Chambers from Dunwoody, Georgia. This is where I grew up, Dunwoody, Georgia. Go Wildcats. Tell me about your connection to Vanna.
Oh, well, we've been lifelong fans. We absolutely adore Vanna,
years ago that if we ever had a daughter, her name would be Vanna.
Oh.
And it took several attempts, but we finally got our Vanna.
Oh, congratulations.
Hi, Vanna.
And now I have three wonderful children, 11-year-old Calvin and 6-year-old Vanna and Elliot.
So when they go to Dunwoody High School,
They will go to Dunwoody High School.
we're going to a game.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll meet Vanna. And how did you meet?
We met at a neighborhood pool hall, and years later it closed down and became a bouncy house. So now we get to take our kids back to the place we met.
That's great. Great to have you both. Good luck tonight. We have Chrissy and Dan Burrich from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Tell us about your story.
Well, we went steady in 6th grade.
Oh my gosh.
And my bride has the ring that I
still
gave
have
her
the
in
ring
6th grade.
he gave me in 6th grade.
Ryan, that ring cost me $1.05. And I probably had to cut a lawn to pay for it or something.
Yeah. And wow, that's so cool.
And he's gotten much better.
Oh, he did, yeah. You got several lawns, huh? So what's the plan for your big celebration coming up, the 50-year celebration?
50 years in 27.
The goal, Ryan, is to celebrate with friends and family at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where we're season ticket holders for the Packers.
We're obnoxious Packer fans.
Well, fantastic. Great to have you as well. Grab those devices one more time. Second toss-up, $2,000 this time around. The category is in the kitchen. Here we go. Yes, Wally and Matt.
Meat tenderizer.
We got that one. $2,000 for you. There you go. And let's get into the first round. The category is quotation. And Wally and Matt, you'll start us off. Got a long way to go up there. It is 2,500. We have 4 S's. $10,000.
By an E?
We can sell you 2 E's. Yeah, a pair of E's for it.
By an O?
We can sell you 3 O's. $9,500.
Protection. By an A?
And there are 5 of those. So you're on a roll with the vowels. $2,500.
T.
5 T's. Okay.
The way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
It's because you named your daughter Vanna. That brought the good luck right there. We just arrived, and you've got $23,750. That's yours to keep. We've got the mystery coming up next, right after this on Wheel. Stay with me.
We were at a Green Bay Packer Bear game at Lambeau Field in Wisconsin, and we were leaving the game, and I leaned over and I said, I think I love you. And Dan said, I think I love you too. And we rear-ended the car in front of us.
That was started off with a bang.
Yeah.
Literally. And here we are.
The Prince, the Predator, and the Arrest, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu. At Clovis Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, some things haven't changed. A handshake still means something. Say what we mean, and we stay in the eye of what we sell. That's just the Clovis difference. Right now, during the Declaration of Deal sales event, we'll pay your state sales tax and get 0% financing on select models. Come see what the Clovis difference feels like today. Clovis Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, part of the Finnegan Dealer.
I'm the lunch lady. I cook for over 200 kids every single day. You would be amazed at how many kids come to school hungry. Finally, someone got pissed off and did something about it, and that was Home Center. Free school meals for every California kid. Your baby, my baby. Free lunches, free breakfast every day. That's 3 million lunches a day. I get to make 200 of. That's why I trust Home Center to be our governor, because he fights for us. Don't just tell me what you're going to do. Show me. Tom did. That's going to be my governor.
We're the nurse who knows a smile can heal too. We're the mechanic who gets you back on the road. We're the barista who fuels your morning. We're the teacher who believes in your potential. Membership at EECU isn't just for people affiliated with education. We've grown, and so has our field of membership, which means even more people can join EECU and experience the benefits of smarter banking.
Tonight's Love is in the Air show is brought to you by the following. United Healthcare Medicare plans. Coverage you can count on for your whole life ahead.
United Healthcare knows you've got your whole life ahead of you. Whatever comes next, you can count on United Healthcare to be there with reliable Medicare coverage.
Tonight's mystery round is brought to you by Magnalite Pain Relieving Foot Cream.
The stabbing, burning pain in your feet is real. Here's what real customers have to say about Magnalife Pain Relieving Foot Cream. The only thing that works for my diabetic neuropathy.
Available in foot care and diabetic aisles.
$10,000. Back in tonight, the category is what are you wearing for this mystery round? And Chrissy and Dan, you're on the wheel. Let's get you some money. Good luck. Good job, babe. There's nothing in the bank to lose, so we'll come back to you. All right, Susan and Steven. That's going to be the wild card, so miss a letter.
N.
Yep, two N's, $1,000 there. Grab that wild card. You're in charge of that for the moment. So now you get some money if you want to spend it.
We would like to buy a vowel.
Okay.
An A.
We have 3 A's. It's 900.
R.
Yes, there's one R. 3,500.
Okay, D.
There is a D.
Okay.
Now you're up to $5,150, and you've got that wild card.
Okay, yes. Okay, we'll get a letter. L.
There is no L. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. Wally and Matt. Nice try. 700. T. There are 2 T's. Yes. 1,400 bucks. And we have just one. There it is. Remember, what are you wearing is the category.
By an E?
There are 2 E's, Venom. There they are. That sound means we're out of vowels. Okay, call a consonant. S. There are 3 S's. So here's the deal. You got 900 in the bank, 3,000 for the S's, or you could see what's on the other side there. It's a bankrupt, or it's $10,000.
Let's do it.
Let's go. All right. Wally, I noticed you had no say in that right there. You just went for it. Well done.
The risk taker.
900 bucks. 600.
H.
Yes, a couple of H's.
So,
Okay,
matching hats and jerseys.
you got it. Well done, Matt and Wally. And someone at home could win $10,000. Jim, tell us about that.
Okay, did one of our wheel watchers just win $10,000? Visit wheeloffortune.com or scan the QR code to check your spin ID. You could be a winner. You have 24 hours to log on to wheeloffortune.com and claim your $10,000.
And there it is right there for you guys. How about this? $35,850. And we got a lot more show coming up. It is the prize puzzle right after this. Great work.
Bring on the spring at the Honda Spring Event. Take the road trip you've been dreaming of with an efficient new Honda. Turn heads with unmistakable style and sport-tuned suspension. All from the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $249 per month lease on a 2026 HRV all-wheel drive LX.
On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Water down at mile marker 40.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm, you run towards it. And you always have your neighbors' backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E on the front lines for us all.
Kevin understands that weather is something that affects all of us every single day. I listen to Kevin because he's my coworker. But when I'm at home, I listen to Kevin because I need to know how to get ready for my day.
He's really good at looking 5, 7, 10 days out to see if there's any big changes that warrant an AccuWeather alert.
An app can give you the numbers, but it really doesn't know the community. Kevin grew up in the valley, so he really knows the community.
Experience, technology, and passion. You can count on Kevin and ABC 30 AccuWeather.
Well, this just in, Wally and Matt have decided the others can play tonight. So it is the prize puzzle now. The category is phrase, and Susan and Steven, it is your turn to make some money. $6.50.
T.
Yes, we have one T. $500.
R.
We have two R's. $6.50.
N.
There is just one. There you go. $2,300.
I.
There are a pair of I. Sorry about that. Wally and Matt, your turn again. $6.50.
G.
There is one G, yes.
$650 for you. Try an A.
There are two A's in the puzzle. Down to $400 now. It's a phrase.
Try an E.
There's one E right there. Now you've got $150. 900.
L.
There are three of those.
Tom.
Yes, please.
Bring a travel pillow.
You got it. Wait a minute. I'm not like. Hang on. I'm gonna tell you. Goose, come here for a second. Let me just show you this. This is what he's holding up back there. You are going to all these places.
Yeah, love is in the air and on the wire, Wally and Matt.
Cruise the Rhine and Moselle past fairy tale castles and vineyard-covered hills. Explore Belgium, the Netherlands, France, Switzerland, and then Germany, where you'll dine with a local family. Soak in Europe's scenery aboard a Grand Circle Cruise Line river ship. Grand Circle Cruise Line. River cruising since 1958. $8,790.
They will be gone for a year, but it's a wonderful trip. Congratulations on that. $47,490. And we have the triple toss-up coming up next here on We'll be right back.
Closed captioning sponsored by
Fuel your dog's active lifestyle with high-protein, meat-rich Blue Wilderness. It's packed with high-quality ingredients, available with or without grains.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Oh, no. Did you think I was something scary?
No.
Screening for colon cancer isn't scary with the Cologuard test. No prep, non-invasive, nothing scary about that.
Well, it takes the scare out of colon cancer screening.
Everyone has free offers on the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives you a lot more. T-Mobile families save over $3,700 versus the other big guys, and our experience plans include a make
benefits, plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile to save on a big scale. Hot tub. Major manufacturers and warehouses clearance of new 2026 inventory Friday through Sunday. Madeira Fairgrounds. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2026 inventory. Deep discounts. All inventory 40 to 80% off. See the revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Madeira Fairgrounds. Free admission. Free park. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
Whether you're hurt by a delivery truck or hurt by any kind of company vehicle, you can have a big case worth big money. If you've been hurt by a big truck, call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222.
Tom Steyer. When he says he's going to tax-free corporations and the billionaires who own them, he means it. He'll close the Trump property tax loophole that costs our state billions. Standing with unions to fund quality schools and single-payer guaranteed health care. And he'll take on Trump.
Because I've been in enough corporate boardrooms to know a crook when I see one.
And fight to abolish ICE.
No, I want to demolish ICE.
Tom Steyer, progressive for governor.
Shop Center Sleep Center enhances a huge selection of companies featuring Certus, Perfect Sleep, Perfect Sleeperette, factory authorized sales going on now. Save 20 to 50% off select styles. Interest-free financing available. Everyone says Sam's Furniture is so nice to come home to.
So Wally and Matt come into this round with $47,490. Dunwoody High School called. They would like a donation. Time for the triple toss-up. Same category. Each one is worth $2,000. You get them all, it's 10 grand. The category is Show Me the Money. Get the devices in your hand, and here we go. Yes, Wally and Matt. $50. There you go again. Another $2,000. Even Bob Goosey on cue card said, wow. Number 2. Wally and Matt. Silver dollar. Yes, another $2,000. So if you get this one, it's worth $10,000. All right, good luck. Here we go. Wally and Matt. Not one red cent. You got it. You got it. Well, that's it for the show tonight. We're out of money. Thank you so much for watching. Good night. $57,490. And the next puzzle category is small talk. Christy just wants a shot at this over there. That's it. Final spin sound. So, Wally and Matt, you're on the wheel. Final spin time. We'll add $1,000 where it lands. Consonants will be worth $1,900. All right. The category, as I said, is small talk. And Wally and Matt, call a letter. R. There is one R. So we'll put it in. And you got 3 seconds, but we're very early on here. Chrissy and Dan.
S.
There is no S. Susan and Stephen.
T.
Yeah, there is one T. Same drill. 3 seconds. Try and solve. Okay, Wally and Matt.
N.
There is one N, yeah. Chrissy and Dan.
D.
No D. Susan, Stephen?
L.
Uh-huh. There is an L. Small talk the category. Wally and Matt.
G.
Yes, there's a G. Chrissy and Dan.
W.
No W. Susan and Stephen.
V.
Not a V. Wally and Matt.
M.
Yes, there is one M. Okay, Chrissy, Dan.
K.
No K. Susan, Stephen.
F.
Yes, there's an F.
Nitro Golf.
Fouls only. You got it. You came through there. $67. Nice to meet you. Take care. Nice to meet you. Got it. And, yeah, well, we know. We're so sorry, Chrissy and Dan. I blame them.
I believe that too.
We're going to give you $2,000 to take home, all right? Thanks so much for coming. All right. Well, Wally and Matt, $57,490. They're going all over the world, and we're going to the bonus round. Are you ready? 3 categories to choose from. We have phrase, what are you doing, or thing.
Phrase.
Phrase, it will be. I have a feeling this might go very well. After this, be right back with the bonus round.
Doug. Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
I customize car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this. Who's Jr.?
Well, at least he spelled insurance right, right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I didn't think someone like me was at risk of shingles.
The rash couldn't possibly be that painful. And it wouldn't disrupt my life for weeks.
I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate at any time.
I learned that the hard way.
But you don't have to. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
ABC 30 celebrates Women's History Month, honoring the strength and achievements of women who shape our world.
Broadway icon and Roosevelt High graduate Audra McDonald continues to inspire through her artistry and impact. Mindy Casto made history as Fresno's first female police chief, leading with strength and vision.
They're shaping Fresno's future and inspiring the next generation.
Women's History Month on ABC 30 is sponsored by Fresno Unified School District.
Already over $57,000. Well done. And who is with you cheering you on?
My mom and our very first, the one who made us parents, Calvin.
Nice to meet you guys. And these are Dino Nuggets, right?
These are Dino Nuggets, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. It's cool. It is cafeteria chic, right?
Yes.
And was that a gift?
Yes, actually, from my mother-in-law.
Do you have one too?
No.
I'm an extra small if you're still shopping for gifts. All right. Give the wheel a big spin and good luck. Who's going to do it?
I'll spin.
All right, let's go. Wally and Matt. Big winners already. And here they go for more. It is going to be the G. I'll take the envelope and we'll walk right down to here. Let's see how this goes. So you chose phrase. With break, we are going to give you the R, S, T, L, N, and E, and you know, we'll put you to work. Okay, now I need 3 more consonants and a vowel.
A B, a G, an H, and O.
Okay. That is going to reveal for you. So what you got to work with, it is a phrase. 10 seconds to try and solve it. Good luck.
Did it on a whim.
Yes. Is he always like this? How in the world did you get that so fast? Wally and Matt, for the love of the open roll, it's your new Ford Mustang EcoBoost convertible. $45,005. Hey, check this out. A grand total of $102,495 and a new car. There. I'll take you there. This your dream car? There you go. Oh my God, miss. Oh my God. Would you like to come on over there next to me? Oh my goodness. Krista, look at that. How'd that pop into your head so fast? I don't know. Incredible night. So much fun to meet all of you. And this is your dream car? Yes, oh my goodness. We'll have to take you for a ride at some point. Yes. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time. That's how you do it.
Record heat relaxes over the weekend. Tonight at 11.
Billionaires aren't paying their fair share, and you're paying the price. I'm Tom Steyer. I'll tax big corporations and the billionaires who own them to fund schools and single-payer guaranteed health care and demolish ICE. Tom Steyer, progressive for governor.
There's a Chevy for everyone to see the USA. SUVs that put more within reach. Affordable EVs that open up the map. And trucks that never compromise.
Get into a 2026 Chevy Trax starting at $23,495. And now, well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing on all 2026 Trax models.
There's no better way to see the USA.
You're driving down the road and out of nowhere, boom, you get hit by a big truck. But then you call us and boom, just like that, we're in there fighting to get you the big money that you need. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
It's Truck Month with the Ford Crew. Final days.
Final day, Sam. People need to know time is running out for Truck Month deals. And America needs Ford F-Series. With available Pro Power on board. So final days of Truck Month. And there's no time to waste.
I'll catch up.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 1,000 Truck Month cash when you buy a Ford F-150, Super Duty, or Lightning at your California Ford dealer.
ICE grabbing people off the streets. ICE is broken, so abolish it. No masks, no secret police. I'm Tom Steyer. If you come to California when I'm governor, you follow our laws.
Play during Chichancy Gold's Tropicool $670,000 giveaway, and you can drive home a Jeep or a boat or your share of over $500,000 in cash and e-cash prizes. Play for your adventure at Chichancy Gold Resort and Casino.
In medicine today, technologies like artificial intelligence have pretty much taken over. Is fluconazole contradicted with olanzapine and sotalol?
Fluconazole is contraindicated.
Mr. Miller, I realize fluconazole will interact with the other meds. I'll find an alternative.
I don't know how doctors keep all that stuff in their head.
I know, it's crazy.
Would you like to know more about fluconazole?
I already hailed that, nurse. It seemed like AI had answers for everything around here, except maybe those two.
I really like your clocks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that prescription. I have unusually flat feet, which makes buying shoes difficult, but it saved all the men in my family from going off to war. Sorry, man. Got away from me.
You're welcome.
She didn't want to hear about your feet, man. Maybe AI would never figure out human love. Or maybe it could. Estelle, I was thinking Italian tonight. What movie pairs well with pasta?
Fun idea. I know you love Stanley Tucci's performance in Big Night.
I do love the Tooch. You know me so well.
Yeah, I do.
Right? What?
Maybe it's time for you to start dating. That's not normal.
But Estelle always agrees with me and laughs at all my jokes.
Estelle, you named it?
Yeah.
I have a chop out lover myself. Katniss and I are going to a wine bar she recommended.
You're right. That's not normal. I gotta get back out there.
My man.
There's nothing like a pep talk from a friend to get you back in the game.
I had a solid 5-year run of dating older men, but they kept dying, and I had to spend 6 months in court proving I'm not a black widow. Oh, so when are you getting back out there, girl? I'm not. I mean, I tried with Dr. Chapstick, but then it hit me. Maybe sex is overrated. Okay, so, you don't want to meet my boyfriend's grandson? I'm just not excited about starting over at this point in my life. It's too late. Honestly, I am just happier cozied up under a blanket here with you. Oh, well, I'm flattered. And I did experiment in college, but that's not what this room is for. Oh, break's over. Get out, or I'll have to write you up.
I'm nervous. You know, I haven't been with anyone since Elliot. It's like I'm doing this for the first time.
You are. You're a divorced virgin. Yes, sir. We're going to be back in the club just like in the old days.
You're my best friend, and I love you, but maybe I don't need to have sex anymore. I can't do this all on my own. No, I know I'm no Superman. I'm no Superman.
Wake up, you spray tan troll.
What's up?
Mickey, you told me to roast you if you didn't wake up.
Okay, deal the deal.
I guess that whole beauty sleep thing is a myth.
That's the best you can do.
You look great. For a corpse.
Okay, I'm up. Oh boy, I need something in me.
You mean the side slip filler?
Okay, that was actually pretty good.
I found that fancy restaurant you like on Open Table. But wear a bra this time.
You know I can return you, right?
Good thing you're too lazy.
You know me well.
Does menopause or perimenopause sound like this to you? Gaining weight, menses, nipples, complete. It doesn't have to. Let MIDI's midlife experts provide the relief you deserve. Join MIDI.com.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. Third grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, a little snug. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Smell your armpits? Don't despair. I'll hunt down everyone responsible for your BO. I will make them pay dearly. I'll get you the deodorant the nature demands. The maximum 72 hours of protection your pits deserve.
It's home sweet home.
Home sweet home.
There's a lot we gotta talk about. I have your heels and they're not mine.
I look at you and I'm just so in awe.
Wait, you actually dated him?
Yeah, that was my boyfriend.
The way we would have killed for this information.
Get the GCAT on.
Only one game show is completely, incredibly, unbelievably average.
Been waiting for this my whole life.
Nick Bargatze hosts the greatest average American.
Are you wearing cologne? You smell like a bottle of Dracar Noir that got stuffed into a sock drawer.
I'll have you know this is vintage Dracar from an ad insert I found in a 1997 Maxim.
Okay, he won that one.
Why are you always giving him a hard time? He got the job you didn't. Get over it.
No.
What happened to you, man? And before he got here, you and I were friends. We were in a bowling league together, Kevin.
And when JD falls, we shall bowl again.
My boy ain't gonna fall.
Say hi to Carla for me.
Okay.
Okay, so my dating journey was off to a pungent start. But hope was around the corner because hospitals were incorporating lots of creative ways to boost patient morale. There were artists to teach painting, therapy animals, and this angel. Hi, you're beautiful. Playing. It's great. Sounds good. Music.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Yes. A second chance.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that your playing struck a chord with me.
Oh, thank you.
And he's back.
I'm Dr. Dorian. I'm the new chief of medicine. I'm still getting to know everyone around here.
Oh, I'm Lily. I'm no one important. I mean, unless you read Harp Weekly.
I do.
Oh, this is awkward. I lied. I've never been in it.
Am I dead? Is this heaven? Vivian, are you here? I'm kind of in the middle of something here.
Let's go, Harvey. It's not your time yet.
I see you have groupies.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't throw his underwear at me.
Unfortunately for us both, he's not wearing any. I should probably go help him tie his gown. Nice meeting you. Keep on rocking in the free world.
Today's a big day because Pauline, my favorite patient with primary biliary cirrhosis, actually do not write that down when I'm supposed to have favorites, is getting a new liver.
I'll believe it when I see it with my own jaundiced yellow eyes.
If Pauline is skeptical, it's because she's come very close to getting a new liver a few times.
Always a bridesmaid, never a person who went home with a new liver.
What? C positive, Pauline. Check with the transplant team, and everything is good to go. I mean, not for the donor because we're about to, take him off life support, but then they'll put his liver on a plane, and bing, bang, boom, you're good to go.
Well, it is a 12-hour surgery and a long recovery.
Huh?
Oh, as we say medically, bing bang boom.
Bing bang boom? Bing bang boom.
Nurse, can you make sure the lab processes the stat?
The hell are you doing?
What?
Oof, that was dumb.
Pippa, check my sugars. Is that a ghost or a white boy in my chair?
It's a white boy who's about to be a ghost.
It was a mistake. He didn't know.
She said it.
It was me. I said it.
I sure they know. Save yourself.
You were safe on the sidelines.
It's all right.
You just stepped into the game.
Looks like it's time for Daddy to educate two of his least favorite delinquents. We don't park our asses on the charge nurse's chairs.
Please. What are they going to do?
More like, what are they not going to do? Whew, it's getting cold in here. But don't worry, you'll be able to keep yourself warm with all of that hot, hot urine. You'll be walking to the lab yourself. Enjoy.
There has to be a way to fix this.
Fine, let's try pizza. Pizza usually solves everything.
Pizza's fine.
Pepperoni, bitches.
Hey, JD.
Yeah.
Tasha's gonna get you on the apps.
Okay, no, I did say it was a bad idea. It is a lot of just half-naked women trying to get a free dinner.
Yeah. And Carla said I get to swipe for you.
The thing is, I think I may have already met someone.
See, man, I knew you were gonna mess this up for us.
She's an angel. She's a beautiful lobby angel.
The harp player?
Yeah.
Buddy, she works here. And Park's got it for you. If you dip your toe or any other part of yourself in the dating pool of this hospital, he's gonna use it to bring you down.
Park sleeps with everyone. He does laps in the hospital dating pool, and he swims both ways, if you know what I mean.
Right, but he only sleeps with attendings or above. So unless your harp player is chief of harp playing, don't go there, bro.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's good advice. Thank you. Thank you. Good looking out.
Okay, well, if we are back on the apps, I think with a few filters, maybe a ring light, maybe a puppy to pose with, I think a few seniors would probably swipe right on you.
Seniors? How old do you think I am?
6.
Six?
I think I should probably go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
She said six.
Yes, it was crazy.
Oh my God, it's happening. The liver donor's off life support.
I can't in good conscience fist bump a man's dad.
Look, we can stand here for 20 minutes and I can explain to you the poetic darkness of working in a hospital, or you can just blow me up.
Girl, while we wait for those interns to get out the dish, how about we dish deep? Now, I just saw your ex-husband.
And baby.
You know that hot player in the lobby?
He's trying to be the next thing that she plucks.
When are you getting back out there?
It's too late for her. She'd rather die alone. Paraphrasing, but that's what she said, word for word. I didn't say that. I just said that dating post-divorce sounds terrible, and I would rather die alone. Okay, fine, I'm saying it now.
Free yourself. Get out there and throw that ass in a circle.
You're divorced like a man. Be messy. Give us something to talk about.
It's never going to happen. I'm fine. Oh, you could spread that around.
Now, why would I do that? Don't nobody care when somebody is fine.
Did two extra large pizza say we're sorry, or you guys eat a lot and then we're just insulting them all over again?
You know, I could have done this alone. I'd have the same amount of pizza, but with twice as much quiet.
Sorry. I tend to talk a lot when the person I'm with is brooding and mysterious. Were your parents killed by the Joker? Because you're really giving off Bruce Wayne vibes.
Hey, there's a guy following us, all right? He's going to rob us, but he's not going to hurt us. Stay calm.
Ooh, that's a concussion. I gotta go get my bag while he's out.
So, Pauline, what's the first thing you'll do when you get out there?
I'll tell you when they put the liver in me, kid.
If it were me, I'd get on a plane to England and take my mum to tea.
Boring. Mine's much better.
Oh, see, she does have a plan.
Okay, I don't know about the liver, but my body is rejecting this positivity.
Excuse us for a second.
Hold on, there's nothing boring about a boy loving his mother.
The organ was ischemic and can't be implanted. I can't go in there for a third time and tell her it's not happening. I gotta fix this.
This kid needs to be admitted. Possible concussion.
Okay, what I'm saying is you came back with more work for us and no pizza.
He mugged us. The pizzas were also victims.
Oh my God, are you okay? We're gonna excuse you. I'm talking to my pizza-less colleague. It's okay, girl. Go breathe. Go breathe.
The funny thing about love, when you're trying to avoid it, that's exactly when it hits you. Just like a...
Run away, Harp.
Whoa! Whoa! I got it! Oh my gosh!
Thank you so much.
No worries.
I mean, little known fact, harps are the second deadliest instrument.
Second only to the tuba.
Yeah, how'd you know?
I got stuffed into one in middle school. My shoulders hadn't quite come in yet.
Hey, Jay, how'd
ask you out for a drink, maybe just to say thank you?
I don't think that would be appropriate.
To hell with Turk. She wants me.
Because I should be the one asking you out.
I am on fire today.
It doesn't look like we're going to make our reservation. Would you like me to notify the restaurant?
Why you always nagging me about being late? I work hard so we can lead a good life. Women, am I right?
Dating a chatbot. It's so weird. Can I help you get this in your car or truck or bus?
Power to be.
$15 million and counting no. Simparica Trio offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with 1 monthly chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
It's a brand new day. Spider-Man, brand new day, is online right now.
Watch the full trailer online. Carmen used to worry about getting a deep clean before her dinner party. Now, she uses TheraBreath Deep Clean Antiseptic Mouthwash to kill 99.9% of germs.
And there's no alcohol, no burn, no sweat.
TheraBreath, it's a better mouthwash.
And Progressive makes getting claim support so easy.
Jim Lyons is passive progressive.
Wow, they support you, Grandma supports you. You're a lucky guy.
Joe doesn't have progressive and takes it out on those who do.
And Progressive makes it easy to make changes to my policy.
Oh, great. You can add Sarah here.
It's Julie.
Right. Sarah was the one your mom really liked. Hi, Julie.
I'm putting my Progressive savings towards another cruise.
Look how young you were.
Don't be passive progressive.
Look how cute you were
Get good coverage and savings for yourself.
before you could talk.
911 is one of the most ambitious and compelling shows on television.
Thank you for saving her. Firefighters are on their way.
All right, let's knock it down. 911 Thursday on ABC and Strip on Hulu.
On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Water down at mile marker 150.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm. You run towards it. And you always have your neighbor's backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E, on the front lines for us all.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know them. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Right now, get over $8,000 total value on this 2026 Silverado 1500. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
Being as a mom of 3 isn't easy. Is he not just dating me? He's subbing into my world.
There's a really great chance that Taylor could be the one for me. Can't wait to be father, fiance, husband.
Let's do it. Wish me luck, guys. Hot in here, isn't it?
You think your husband's here?
Yes.
Okay, it's your first date in 20 years. Just hold it together, Dorian.
Thank you. So, how was your day?
Better now. How are your boobs?
Nope, not that.
It was great. I met a beautiful harpist.
Aw. Look, you're a guy. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're probably wondering how tonight's gonna end up, right?
It's honestly the furthest thing from my mind.
I just want to make something super clear. We're having one drink,
Okay.
and then we're having sex.
What now?
Turk, I really need to talk to you.
Elliot, my hands are inside of someone right now, and not in a fun way.
It's urgent. I need a liver.
This one? I can't do that. They'll throw me in jail.
Blonde women, they never think the rules apply to them. Just come find me when you're done, okay?
Okay.
You're chief of surgery. I need you to help get my patient prioritized on the donor list.
You know that's a complicated process.
Yeah, her Meltor's 35. She can't leave the hospital or she could die. Please.
Okay, I do have a couple of connections. Just let me call JD to see if he can help too. Call JD.
Hey, you in your office? Don't be mad. I'm out with the harpist. Dating is different, Turk. Dating is really different.
Don't you have sex with that woman?
Don't you Do it, Park will have your ass. He's not the only one who wants it. I don't even have the Dracar Noir on. It must be my pheromones.
He didn't pick up.
I know that you two must be quite traumatized. Here at Sacred Hearts Wellness Department, we have a team of one to help through times like these.
I'm good.
No, you're not. You're not good. You're traumatized. And you probably don't even know where you are right now. Okay, who is ready to talk to the po-po?
As in the police?
Yeah, I like to use a little bit of slang. But yeah, they want you to press charges.
I'm not pressing charges for $40 worth of pizza.
God, he's so brooding and mysterious. He's like Batman Tom Selleck. Who?
Well. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Okay, so it's obvious you know about JD and that harp lady. But before you come for him, I want you to remember this. My wife is a nurse, and I know you freak nastied your way throughout this hospital, and even in some areas on top and around it.
I am shocked. Honestly, I was simply going to ask you for a surgical consult.
Well, why'd you say, well, like that?
Dramatic flair. I mean, what did you want me to do? Hey, man, can you help me out? I would love to bust your boy on this, but unfortunately, that harp lady is a volunteer, and there are no rules against sleeping with volunteers. A board member told me that while we were boning in the shower.
I need to make a phone call. Oh, by the way, Carla says hi back.
Look, Lily, I really like you. You're amazing. It's just that I'm the chief of medicine.
Yeah, you are. And when we get back to my place, I'm the chief of medicine.
Wow. And as much as I would really love to see how that plays out, excuse me, it's a work colleague.
Yes.
She's a volunteer. She's a volunteer. You can do whatever you want. Come on, let's go. Well, a promise is a promise. Let's go to your place.
How did you know that guy was going to mug us?
I grew up around guys like that.
You did? Because your hair product tells a very different story.
I'm not pressing charges. You know, one stupid decision shouldn't set your whole life back. Trust me.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, was me talking about it.
Oh, okay.
You know, once people discover this room, they're just gonna have sex in here.
Sabi's going to be so traumatized. Oh, then she can come here.
Hey, Elliot. Found a way to help your patient.
I knew you would.
I got her considered for an expanded criteria transplant.
Oh, okay, not ideal. So what are we looking at?
It's the liver from a 60-year-old donor who had a treated case of hepatitis C.
The liver regenerates. It'll still work, right?
Well, yeah, but who wants that? I mean, it's like if you promised me new shoes and instead you gave me your old mangy-ass clogs.
I've had these shoes for months. I have nothing but compliments.
They're awful. Anyway, Turk, you're saying she can have this liver now?
Absolutely. She's a match. The pilot's on standby.
Well, Asher's mangy-ass clogs are still better than dying from liver disease, so thank you.
I got you.
Have they always squeaked?
Yep.
I don't know what I was worried about. I hadn't been with someone new, but it was just like riding a bike.
Wait.
I'm sorry, am I moving too fast for you?
Yeah, because I'm just a sweet little angel baby little harp girl, right?
Sure.
Wrong.
Ruh-roh.
That's just a persona I made up for my job.
This society's not ready for a sex-forward harpist.
You know, I used to be so repressed by that good girl persona. I took a Zoom class on self-pleasure, and when I emerged from that, I was Minerva, divine sex witch, crypto whore.
Crypto? I've been meaning to get into that.
Send you a link for my webinar.
Oh, okay. Lick me like a puppy. Maybe we could just regroup. A lot is happening.
Ooh.
What's happening? Are we dancing? Just go with
Hit me.
Okay. My back is not the greatest.
First,
Yes.
I'm going to lay you down on the bed, and I'm going to butt cheeks at him.
Wow. Okay, we should probably develop a safe word right off the bat. I'm gonna go with raising. Okay. At least dancing's over.
Chucky.
No. Raisins.
Oh no, you caught me being a little slob.
Oh, good. See now, you even look sexy holding that slice.
I do.
You do. I was lying here beneath this beautiful woman, and I actually felt nothing. I felt that. Okay, listen.
This has been a lovely night, and you've given me a whole lot of things to Google, but I think I need a ride home.
Are you serious? I paid for your drink. You're not even gonna doink me?
I can Venmo you.
It was $19.
I'm good for it. I'm a doctor.
Such a frigid little hoe.
Really sorry about this. It's just the last time I was with someone, it really meant something. And I know after a divorce, guys just go through out and hook up like crazy, but I think I just need a little time to figure out what I actually want. Are you mad?
No.
Okay, so I lost the good liver, and now my only choice is for an old Hep C guy? I know it's not the news you wanted, and yes, it's a harder road, but it's the only one in front of you. Maybe it's just too late for me. I'm really tired. I get it. I'll give you some time. Okay, time's up. You're taking the damn liver, Pauline. This is your second chance at life, and maybe it's not perfect, and maybe you're older, and you're tired, and you're a little self-conscious about your neck, and maybe you don't want to hear about how golf changed some guy's life. Why are you taking notes? What I'm trying to say is, it's not too late for you to have a great life. Please, don't deny yourself this chance.
Yes, embrace life. Take the liver. Eat dessert first. Ask out a colleague.
Asher, I'm glad you're inspired, but I'm gonna need Pauline's answer.
Look, man, you should give this guy a call, all right? He runs a program. That program's the only reason why I'm standing here now. As a doctor. Keep your head on straight, you know?
It's been a long night. It's been a thing that requires me to sit. Dr. Burke, why is sitting in that chair some big unspoken rule?
Yeah, I don't really talk to interns after 7 p.m. But if you must know, every single nurse in this building does way more than they're ever going to tell you or me. That is the real unspoken part. Estelle, what pairs well with Big Ziti for one?
Sounds delicious. I think you'd enjoy a Chianti and Under the Tuscan Sun.
You so get me. In the hospital, we have all the technology in the world, but it's impossible to see what's really in people's hearts.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be all right.
Whether it's a part of them they'd rather keep hidden, or feelings they're too afraid to share.
Hey, just tell her. She'd be crazy to say no.
Get back to work.
Adopt a dog?
Sorry?
That's the first thing I do when I get out of here. The best.
Only the heart knows when it's ready to let someone in again.
Thanks for getting us here safely.
No problem. Is there any place to grab a coffee around here?
Yeah, I can show you.
But sometimes the heart just needs a little more time to heal.
Lisa Kudrow and Charlie Cox join Jimmy Kimmel Live. New tonight on ABC.
Every time we drive, we're putting everything we love out on the road. And that's why we'll always drive a Subaru.
The all-new Subaru Outback, built to achieve the highest safety ratings possible. Love is what makes Subaru, Subaru. Get special offers from the best overall and most reliable auto brand during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. This is the year your hair stops holding you back. You'll pull it up, and for the first time in a while, you'll just like your ponytail again. That shift will come from sticking with a hair growth routine that works from the inside out. So you'll wear it up, down, whatever feels right. And when the girls make dinner plans, you'll say yes without thinking twice. Because the difference isn't just in your hair. Start growing today at Nutrafol.com.
What happened? There was a time Burger King used to be king. Flame grilled burgers served by folks only happy when you had it your way.
Spotted at a Burger King.
It was great. But somehow, somewhere, fast food just fell off. Us included.
You said there's a restaurant, slow service, simple mistakes. I know. I'm Tom, the president, and I gave my number out to listen to you.
This thing is just pitiful.
We needed to be better. So we fired the king and crowned you. Reinvesting nationwide, one restaurant, one team, one burger at a time. And the iconic Whopper, it's never tasted better, thanks to you. Flame grilled, stacked high, and never smashed in the back. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
Another day. Same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Enbrel work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA joint pain, stiffness, and swelling, as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, had B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
Big names battle it out for the ultimate prize. $1 million for charity.
Prince William and Kate Middleton.
As long as you keep doing that noise, I couldn't rule against you. Celebrity Jeopardy All-Stars, Friday on ABC.
For the rest of the week, I am going to teach Mr. Eddie's class.
And I'm going to teach Mrs. Howard's class.
See, I don't need to be out there dating. All I need is 2 cozy weighted blankets, a good movie, and my best friend.
JD, this movie's really good. Don't tell Carla. She's been begging me to watch this for years.
Look at Diane Lane. She's absolutely glowing. I wonder what her skincare routine is, because I've been so dry in my T-zone. This is when you say, oh, come on, JD, your T-zone is fire. Yeah, we're both a bit tuckered out. Yeah, that felt like too much.
Get ready for the Janitor's Ball in an all-new episode of Abbott Elementary, now on ABC.
Attention, everyone. Let me introduce you to the most perfect grandbaby ever, Zara Howard.
Oh, they decided to give the baby your last name.
Well, not legally, sweetheart.
All right, let me see the little meatballs. You know, something about my physique just makes babies love me.
Oh, I don't know why. You were just the cutest.
Oh.
Can I have the baby brother? Sure. Sure. She is a little fussy. I know, I hear. Sweetie.
Oh, well, you're not fussy with us.
That's because Zara and Janine were the same shirt size. Now give me that baby. I've always wanted to hold one of these. All right, now I'm bored. Think fast.
Okay. What is the world?
Hi, Jacob. The baby's bound to cry with you.
Oh, no, thank you. I'd rather. Jacob, take the baby. Oh.
Little sweetie. Well, at least she's settled down now. After thank you. And now you've done it, Jacob. You've done it.
My man. Okay.
Look who's in a good mood.
Every one of my kids aced their spelling test. You know, they're really in a flow state. It took a while to get here, but they're locked in.
Yeah, always takes like half a year, but then when you get them there, all that feels good.
Right? It used to get them after the first grade. But I get them there essentially starting from zero.
I beg your pardon.
Your students are not starting from zero. Oh, yeah, well, no, that's not what I meant. Obviously, you're an amazing teacher, Barb. Yes, I know. Stand straight. It's just that, as far as them being students, oh boy, I'm essentially starting from scratch.
Exactly what is it you think I do all day with my kindergartners? Babysit?
No. I'm not explaining myself well.
You think?
You do a lot. But the expectations of a first grader.
Yeah, I tried to help you, man. It was nice knowing you.
I'm gonna just shut up.
Good idea.
But what I'm saying is. Really? Okay, all right. Really? Okay.
Running late, I see.
Yeah, well, that is because I am being smeared by Miss Schwartz in the campaign for 51st District School Commissioner's Liaison Representative.
Smeared, huh? It makes me want a bagel. Go get me one.
She's on Facebook telling folks that I don't have any people of color in my life. Her only proof was a black and white photo of my white and white family.
Sounds like it's time to hit back.
No, on principle, I cannot do that.
As principal, you should do that.
No, I want people to vote for me because of where I stand on the issues. I won't run a campaign on vitriol.
All right, bring it down a notch. Voters are dumb. Most of them would just stay for the sticker.
Well, I am doing an interview later to lay out my plan. I'm going to post it to the teachers forum, and I think once people know where I stand on the issues, they will be clamoring to vote for me.
Well, Miss Schwartz just posted that you don't believe in ADA compliant schools.
What? That's all I believe in.
What's this? Mr. Johnson? Trying to get the whole school done at once?
This is how I work off my nerves.
What are you nervous about?
I feel like you don't know the Genesis Ball is coming up.
It's this week.
What? It's the biggest soiree of the custodial season, Melissa. Miss Carol's gonna be there. It's the first time I've seen her since our mom dance.
Okay, so what's the big deal?
Well, for her it seemed like a wham bam thank you, Mr. Johnson type thing. This is my one chance to change that.
Oh, we'll help you. Okay, you gotta stop saying we before checking with the other party.
Look, we love love. We're in love. Now we know a thing or two.
I don't know.
Come on. The fashion club can spruce up your outfit. Yeah, Miss Carol loved it.
Wow. Feel like that girl in the fairy tale going to the bar. You two are my fairy godugly stepsisters.
So in the sequel, they do a four-way body swap with the granddaughter and the stepsister.
That does sound like a much freakier Friday.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, but it works.
Do anything fun this weekend?
Every day's a weekend for me, Gregory, because as you know, I don't do anything.
I didn't say that. I don't think that.
Merely a glorified babysitter.
You said that, not me.
That's not what I heard.
Cool, wait, listen. Barb, I know you do a lot.
I don't think you truly understand what I do.
I know what you do, but I also know what I do.
I don't think you do.
I do.
Okay, listen. There's only one way to settle this. We Freaky Friday it.
Oh.
Yeah, you switch classes for a little bit.
Oh.
Good idea, Melissa.
Yep.
Gregory, you in the mood for a little vacation?
If I agree, would that help?
It would.
Okay, well then tomorrow, high noon, bring your class to the library and we will switch.
Psycho. But we are making that switch. High noon.
Cortez, Imani, I'm excited to get into the issues with you today. District bureaucracy.
You've previously been critical of Mr. Beast's exploitation of what you call human suffering.
So, explain your like on this Mr. Beast post from 2018. What? Where did you get that? Miss Schwartz posted it. It was a long time ago. I was a different person. He was a different beast. But you know what stays the same? District bureaucracy, making it impossible to create change. And that's what I want to focus on today, not idle gossip. Look, I won't be persuaded off message, but word to the wise, never like anyone's post, ever. Which would benefit both teachers and district. And that is just one prong of my multi-prong communication system.
Okay, thankfully, Mr. C, that's all the time we have.
Time will never get back. Well, policy isn't meant to be exciting, it's meant to change the world. I hope you found at least some of it compelling. Okay.
Well, what do you think? Should I move my keys to the other side?
I think that maybe if this is someone we're trying to impress, that we can do better.
But this is what I wore on our first date. If I wear something different, she may not recognize me.
You are more than just your uniform, Mr. Jaddy.
Yeah,
kids? Let's get to it. That's Janitor Purple. You again.
Look at what Miss Schwartz did to my podcast interview. And that would be one prong of my multi-prong communication system. Hey, no one loves process more than me. She is manipulating everything in order to mischaracterize me.
She is politicking. And the people are really responding. You are getting cooked. This is good. It rivals some of my tech fans.
Oh my god. Am I really going to lose to somebody totally incompetent?
What does that say about you?
No, not on my watch. Be my campaign manager. Look, the debate is tomorrow and the vote is immediately following. I need your help to take her down.
So you're telling me I have almost no time to turn this thing around? What do you think I am, some kind of miracle worker? Because I am.
Please, I wouldn't ask you if I wasn't desperate.
If I help you, you have to do exactly what I say, even if it goes against everything you believe in.
Do I really have to do that?
Yes. Now say trickle-down economics helps the lower class thrive.
Ava, we both know that is a lie.
Forget the truth or you're never going to win. Now say it.
Fine, trickle-down economics helps the lower class thrive.
Good. Now say it again.
ABC's Abbott Elementary, brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Sky Rizzy.
I've got places to go and feel it free. Control of my symptoms and everything to be. Control is everything to me.
Get back in the picture. Sky Rizzy is proven to help deliver relief, repair, and remission. Feel significant symptom relief as early as 4 weeks. Sky Rizzy is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year, and help people achieve lasting remission.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Ready to get back in the picture with Sky Rizzy? Ask your doctor about the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and UC combined.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pitch it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $30 a month.
Get back here.
Just kind of did.
It was a metaphor!
You should probably spit him out.
That was intense.
CPG debuts April 1st.
Introducing the new Full of Life Matte. New Double Wear. Now with more color-true shades. More wear. Up to 36 hours. More skin balance. The new Double Wear. Only from Estee Lauder. At Macy's, the beauty destination.
Don't kill your dog.
Hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
What's wrong with this?
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means they're ultra-processed. At Dr. Marty, we freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, and it's available at your local pet store.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on the hike. Great. Plus, a risk of brain fog. But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Good news.
Peacock brings home the wonder of Wicked for Good.
Surprise.
Yes. Stream the movie event of the year from home. Wicked for Good. Rated PG, coming soon on Peacock.
Dating as a mom of 3 isn't easy. Is he not just dating me? He's stepping into my world.
There's a really great chance that Taylor could be the one for me. Can't wait to be father, fiance, husband.
Let's do it. Wish me luck, guys. Hot in here, isn't it?
You think your husband's here?
Yes.
Upon extensive research, I've determined that this is your problem.
Okay, I think this was a bad idea.
Do Do you want to be the next Beto or the next AOC?
Trick question. Beto never won. Oh, I see.
Yeah. The goal isn't to get people to vote for you. That ship has already sailed. The goal is to get people to vote against Ms. Schwartz.
Okay, but how?
We get nasty. We spin every question, every point, and we make it an attack on her. Example, what is your stance on standardized test prep?
My stance is
Weak, woke, whack. Your stance is lock her up. Come on, man, look alive.
All right, students. Mr. Eddie and I are going to conduct a little experiment, since it seems that some teachers aren't valued as much in the eyes of others.
It's not true, but
And so for the rest of the week, we are going to switch classes. I am going to teach Mr. Eddie's class.
and I'm going to teach Mrs. Howard's class.
I love Mrs. Howard. She's the best teacher ever.
Yeah, well, your sample size is like 2. So, Mrs. Howard's class, follow me. You guys can stand.
Please don't make me leave Mrs. Howard.
It's okay. It's all right. Come on, let's go.
It is peaceful.
Nice. Coleman Domingo called. He said, save some red carpet for him. Miss Carol's gonna freak.
We'll see. I usually move ladies with my mop work, but she seen me cleaning and turned them on and walked away.
Okay, so what's our plan to win her over?
I've been working on this mentalist routine. It's all about subtle suggestion. Pick a number. Any number.
Yeah, or we lose that and you just tell her how you feel.
Okay, I got my number.
I dated wild horses like her in the past. I'm afraid if I come out and tell her how I feel, she'll be out of my life before she's ever in it.
I understand. It can be scary, Mr. J, but you know what? The important thing is you move forward, whether it's with or without her.
Melissa, what's your number 5?
No.
Oh my God. My number was 5. How did you do that?
Subliminal messaging. You never noticed I had a thumbs up next to the number 5.
Whoa. Wow.
Okay. So, what is 30 minus 20?
What's 30? Can we have blocks?
No, it's not playtime.
But I need them to count.
Okay, well then, here, use the blocks. Now, well, we're taking 30, and then, hey, excuse me, ladies. Hey, there's enough for everybody to have their own set. Oh, relax. Can we sit down, please? Thank you. Okay, let's pivot. What were you guys working on this week in language arts?
We were talking about you.
Me?
No, the letter U.
You were spending a whole week on the letter U? Why?
We haven't gotten to Y.
W-H-Y.
What's W?
Okay, it's okay.
Apathy among teachers is at an all-time high. What will you do to combat that in this role?
Great question. Here's what I'd like to combat. This magnificently unqualified candidate who is unprepared for the rigors of this position.
Whack her again.
It actually seems unfair that we would share the stage since this isn't a social media post and you can't edit yourself to look competent.
No, I saw that outfit.
All while wearing that lipstick with that dress? Shameful.
Oh, I'm imagining it, and it is shameful. Now for the knockout blow. Bring up the fact that she kicked a student.
And in case you aren't all dissuaded from voting for her, Miss Schwartz once punted a student.
And the extra point is good. Politics was good on you, Jacob.
Okay, look, everybody, this is nap time. So no talking, please.
I'm not tired.
Just close your eyes.
My eyes don't close.
Yes, they do.
Stop yelling at me.
Okay. Well, this was fun. I now feel like a terrible teacher. On the bright side, I also feel like a terrible person.
Correct. Oh, we are really cooking now.
So, Mrs. Howard, I'd like to switch back now, please.
Mr. Eddie, it seems you finally found a garden you can't handle. Kindergarten.
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, Janine and Melissa.
Yeah, we finished your corsage and the kids fashioned you this unbelievable suit jacket.
Thank you both. Unfortunately, I won't be needing any of this.
What? What are you talking about?
It was an accident. Semi-truck full of glitter bombs crashed into a carpet and tile depot.
My God.
And they need all hands on mop. So, Jonathan's ball is canceled.
So sorry.
Surely that couldn't have happened.
Well, it did, Janine. It's over. That's the universe telling me to drop it. Love is not in the cards for everybody, ladies.
And when she twists your words, you bring up kick eight. Don't pull any punches. Twist, kick, punch. Oh my God, great. Hey, focus.
Okay, Sports Center.
Of course. Didn't hurt that my nail salon is right across the street.
Well, look who decided to show up. May the best Schwartz win, huh?
Or Hill.
Your last name is a mound of dirt. Let's start with 60-second opening statement, shall we? Before I get into the nuts and screws, I want to share with you why I wanted to run. And, well, it starts with the story of my deepest shame. You see, I poured everything I had into my first job as a teacher, and I pushed too hard because I cared too much, and, well, at my lowest, I kicked a kid. It was wrong, but more than that, it was human and a testament to the struggles we teachers face every single day. I mean, who here hasn't been pushed to the brink? Forgiving myself wasn't enough, so I brought someone with me here today. Brejon, come on out, friend.
No, Lil.
He's so much more than a kid who got kicked, and I'm so much more than a kicker.
I share math tips with millions on TikTok, but today I'm sharing tips about safety. TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens. Plus, as a parent, I set up family pairing to help shape my teen's experience on the app. I can see their followers and who they follow, further restrict content that's not right for them, and even set screen time limits. So they're not on TikTok when they shouldn't be. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow.
It's a brand new day. Trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day is online right now.
Watch the full trailer online. When allergies throw a sucker punch, the power of Claritin punches back harder. Nothing is proven more powerful for 24-hour non-drowsy relief. Claritin clears. Now try Claritin Liquid.
In Baltimore, we play. In this city, we lead with heart. We back it up with passion and plenty of hustle. We rep purple and black and orange and every color of the rainbow. Here we play our way, which means everyone is free to jump in. Because game time is just a state of mind. And you got next. But you won't get it till you get here.
Everyone has free offers on the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives you a lot more. T-Mobile families save over $3,700 versus the other big guys. And our experience plans include amazing benefits, plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile to save on a big scale. This Friday. Words of encouragement.
Yeah, just say words of encouragement.
Project Hail Mary is the perfect fill. Ryan Gosling gives a performance that goes down in history.
Would you just get in here?
This is one for VHS. Project Hail Mary, PG-13.
Lisa Kudrow and Charlie Cox join Jimmy Kimmel Live, new tonight on ABC.
Billionaires aren't paying their fair share, and you're paying the price. I'm Tom Steyer. I'll tax big corporations and the billionaires who own them to fund schools and single-payer guaranteed health care and demolish ICE.
Tom Steyer, progressive for governor. On the front lines, you do the hard thing because it's the right thing.
Westbound at mile marker 450.
On the front lines, you don't run from the storm. You run towards it. And you always have your neighbors' backs. All 16 million of them. PG&E, on the front lines for us all.
ICE grabbing people off the streets. ICE is broken, so abolish it. No masks, no secret police. I'm Tom Steyer. If you come to California when I'm governor, you follow our laws.
We're in this together. Sex and surgery all day.
Got this drive inside.
might call it inspiring.
I'm a little obsessed.
Sorry for the brief recess. Our cat got out and my husband is blaming me again. Anyway, how would each of you improve working conditions and school morale? Mr. Hill, you first.
Well, I think we can all agree that morale would improve in any school if there were no kicking of children.
Why do you keep bringing it up, man? It's triggering.
Because he wants to live in the past while I'm worried about our students' future. So much so I wrote a poem. I stay up late wondering.
Jacob isn't very good at this. Yeah, this is rough. Looks like he and I are both taking L's this week. Are you still upset about what happened earlier? Honestly, after seeing everything that you do, I feel like I don't do enough when I get them. Gregory, every grade's needs are different. Besides, I've seen you teach. Trust me, the students are learning just as much from you as they did from me. It's not a competition. It's a collaboration. I like that. Although I am at the beginning, which makes me the foundation, and therefore the most important.
Mr. Johnson, you gotta come quick. There's an emergency. Oh no, a second glitter truck hit the depot? No. Someone threw up in the gym, and then someone else saw it, and then they threw up. What's supposed to let it dry overnight? Well, no, yeah, because, man, just come to the gym. I'm telling you, if you let it dry, you can shovel it the next day. Well, I'll be. You aren't vomit at all. But how?
Your friends called me. Well, I called. You used my phone.
I know you clean up well, but you also clean up well.
I was worried you wouldn't recognize me.
I do. I mean, she's wearing that lipstick with that dress? Shameful.
One more outburst like that and I will be forced to ask you to stop.
It's fine. He's worried about my dress, and I'm worried about fixing the budget crisis.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure how because that's not what the role is. We can only convey our budgetary needs. We have no idea what the total amount is going to be from the district.
God.
Do you even know what this position does?
Can we move on? Jeez, this guy is insufferable.
You know what? Maybe you're right. I am insufferable. I may not have the skills to edit TikToks to manipulate interviews.
And photos.
But at the very least, I know who to contact if your school needs supplies, or wants to fund a trip, or even needs a counselor. I mean, tell me, Ms. Schwartz, do you even have a plan in place to gather the needs of the 51st School District?
The way.
Sure. Look, I may be agonizing, annoying, grating, and I may not know when to stop talking, but isn't it who you want fighting for you? I am insufferable, but I will always suffer so that you don't have to.
Yes.
I told him to say that.
No matter what happens, I'm glad I did it on my own terms. That's a Jacob Hill I'll die on.
Oh, why didn't I say that? All right, let's see a show of hands for Jacob Hill. 9 votes for Jacob Hill, all in favor of Tina Schwartz. And 8 votes for Tina Schwartz. That officially makes Jacob Hill the 51st District Board of School Commissioners liaison representative.
Oh, thank God we came. Hey, Myra, come on, let's go. And let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I know I went off script there a bit.
Jacob, you don't have to say it. You're welcome.
What? No, I did the opposite.
That's what I do.
Just want to say good luck doing whatever it is this job does.
Well, I really appreciate that. And I'm sorry for the things I said earlier. I hope we can put our differences aside now.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. So I can count on your endorsement when I run for school board.
Oh, God, what have I done?
This driving me insane.
After the mall, I never thought I'd see your beautiful face again.
We agreed. We didn't want it to get messy.
One thing we know in our line of work, the life is messy. What's important is cleaning it up for the ones you care about.
What's happening? I can't see. Tell me everything.
We did good here today, kid.
Hey, would you mind switching? Because I can't feel my arm.
Dude, keep twirling. The feeling will come back.
Okay.
Is it your husband's here?
Yes. Girl, you pretended to be the white Italian man's fiance? She's marrying Matteo. It's hard to believe. But ended up catching feelings for the black Italian cousin brother? Oh, it's so Shonda Rhimes.
So get scared out of nowhere.
Keep it together, girl.
Oh, there goes Sticks. Hang on. Whoops, sorry. That's not the handbrake.
Okay.
Good night.
Rated PG-13, only theaters April 10th.
Versace Crystal Emerald, the new fragrance by Versace. At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Here you leave today. Enter a world of cool kids.
A world of high scores. A world of cool friends. And playtime.
This summer, get a 4-day 4-park magic ticket from $109 per day plus tax.
I never thought I would develop shingles. I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate.
Don't learn the hard way like I did. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
I've got this old bike from another store, and I got the receipt right here. I'd like for you to beat it with a better deal on the sipped-up model.
What?
What? At Verizon, anyone can bring in their AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal.
Isn't Verizon expensive?
No, better deal. Best network.
I'm sorry, man.
Only Verizon lets you bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Hey, that's a stationary.
No, I know.
Have a great day.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend All-Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfumes.
It's a key part of my self-care routine, and it's gentle for my skin and hers too.
For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, all you need is All-Free Clear.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price. Delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
My name's Anthony Norman, and this is my first day here. We're about to go on our big retreat.
We have got team building
And the Rock and Grandma's
talent contest.
I feel like I'm on a TV show. But this is not something that you can just make up.
Only one game show is completely, incredibly, unbelievably average.
Been waiting for this my whole life.
Welcome to our new show where it's not about what you know, it's about what your fellow average American knows. What does this dashboard symbol stand for? Please tell me, because mine is on.
Nature Getsy hosts The Greatest Average American. Next on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The growing demands to dismantle landmarks named after Cesar Chavez at 11.
Jacob won by one vote.
Whoa. Okay, please don't tell him I wasn't there.
Please tell him I wasn't there.
Y'all ready to go?
Yeah. I have a big vocab test to prep for. You know, it's funny. My second graders have come so far. They basically come to me as nothing. Their little minds just completely and totally empty, like a blank page in a blank book.
Where do you think you're going?
Home?
Are you crazy? I know you don't think we're cleaning this place up. Also, the hallways can use a once-over. I had a rough day earlier. Come on, baby.
Bye, y'all.
Tune in to an all-new episode of The Greatest Average American with Nate Bargatze, now on ABC.
Let's see what I am doing tonight. Best-selling musical artist.
Nate's parents did not let him listen to rock and roll.
Man,
If he knows a lot of these, he's going to get grounded.
Cat Stevens. Billy Ray Cyrus.
Michael W. Smith. Amy Grant. Amy Grant. Golly. From the Nashville Municipal Auditorium. It's the only comedy show that also happens to be a game show. The greatest average American. And now, your host, Thank you so much. Welcome to our new show where it's not about what you know, it's about what your fellow average American knows. Speaking of average, we've got my buddy and fellow comedian Julian McCullough warming up the audience tonight. And our announcer and fellow comedian Greg Ward. Greg, who do we have playing tonight?
A retired meteorologist from the Sunshine State of Florida. Let's welcome Linda. A former delivery driver from Chicago, Illinois. It's Chris. And last but not least, a fly fisher and newlywed from the land of 10,000 lakes. That's Minnesota. It's Kayla.
And you just like go say you wear the things,
You know it.
you know,
yeah.
and you're in the
I got
stream.
the waiters, yeah.
A lot of bear?
I have run into bears, and it's tough because we're both looking for the same thing in the river usually. So you gotta watch your, watch your back.
All right, that's very exciting. All right, let's get to the game. We're going to play through 2 elimination rounds with one person going home after each one. Last player standing earns the title of the greatest average American and moves on to our bonus round, where you could win the average American salary of $67,920. There we go. In our first round, we ask Americans questions about how they feel, what they like, and how they live. I'll reveal the questions, and all you have to do is choose the response said by the majority of Americans. These first 2 questions are worth 1 point each. Here's your first question. We asked 100 average American pizza delivery drivers, which of these would be the worst place to deliver a pizza? Airport baggage claim. B, 7-floor walk-up. C, a dog park. D, your ex's house. That one came 10 seconds. That one came out of nowhere. I deliver pizza. Chris, what did you say?
Okay, I said B.
Yeah.
7-floor walk-up. Now, I'm not a pizza delivery, but I did do Uber Eats.
Yeah.
So I did Uber Eats and DoorDash, and that 7th floor, even with the elevator, it's just so long. Like, don't nobody want to do that.
Uber Eats and DoorDash, that's like your world, right?
No. But yeah, keeping a job is pretty hard for me.
I know it's not your world, but I mean, it is made for people that have trouble keeping a job.
You already know.
If they would have had that in my day, oh my goodness. You could just pop in and out.
Literally, we make our own schedule.
Oh, the best. You know what I'm saying? It's the best. All right, Linda.
I'm right with Chris on this. I don't think there's any way I want to be climbing 7 floors to deliver a pizza up and down. No way.
Kayla?
I also said B, 7-floor walk-up. We're on the thing. But I mean, it was like, you gotta like go through TSA with the pizza. They check it
Not
out.
a baggage claim.
And then ex's house, I was like, there could be some people out there wishing their ex would make them come deliver pizza because maybe they don't want anything to do with them. So I was confident. 7th-floor walk-up. You're not trying to carry that all the way up there.
All right, well, let's find out. Did the average American audience agree with you? What did they say? 7-floor walk-up. 1 point for each. All right, this one's a little different. You're guessing the percentage of people from 0 to 100. All right? Whoever comes closest to the correct answer gets the point. We asked 100 average Americans if you won $67,920 on a game show. And then a good friend asked if they could have $10,000. Would you give it to them? What percent said yes? 10 seconds. Y'all might be finding out.
Oh, God.
Kayla, start with you on this one.
This one was tough because I wanted to answer what I I would do, but I had to take myself out of it. I would say yes. If I win, don't call me, guys. But I put 36%, which I feel like was kind of high, but now that I turned it, I'm like, maybe that's low.
It's an aggressive
It
amount.
is.
Chris.
Okay, so I went with 38%.
Right at each other.
I know, nerve wracking, but $10,000, that's a lot of money. If I got 60,000 and you ask for 10,000,
It's nuts.
you're not getting that.
I bet you couldn't wait to tell him no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, girl, can we lower it? Yeah, I'll give you 1,000, but no.
Yeah. Linda?
I feel really cheap right now. I mean, somebody had to go low.
Yes.
So there you go.
7%. 7%.
No shade.
It's not her. It's what?
There's people clapping.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Thank you.
It's a chunk.
It's 10 grand.
I agree. I
That's
think
a
it's crazy.
lot of money.
I think it's crazy. I think your friend has a problem.
Yeah.
I agree. Look, well, I'm excited to see what happens. What percent said yes? 63%. Chris got it. Wow. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
That's a complete lie. Those people lie.
Wow.
All right.
Good job.
But good. Now, you know what? We got some good people out there. All right. There's 2 questions left. I'm going to raise the stakes a little, so this next one is worth 2 points. We asked 100 average Americans, who has the easiest job at the North Pole? A, Santa. B, the elves. C, reindeer. D, Miss Claus. 10 seconds. I don't know. All right. Chris, you have 2 points. Linda and Kayla, you're at 1 point. Linda?
I went with the reindeer because basically they just work one day. I feel like throwing Mrs. Claus in there was totally very tricky. No guy can say Mrs. Claus.
Yeah.
You can't. You just can't.
Yeah, you can't say the truth out here, you know what I mean? No, I'm joking. You can't say that for real. But the reindeer, they're flying all over the world in 24 hours. But yes.
But that's only one day, the
That's
reindeer.
one day. It's a big day.
I went with the reindeer.
Yeah. That's right. Reindeer. All right. Chris?
Oh, okay. I went with D, Mrs. Claus.
I think
Okay, let me get my reason. Because Santa, he got a lot going on. The elves are the real hard work. And reindeer, that's a lot of work flying in the air. Shout out to them. So Mrs. Claus, she's just making everybody feel good. So she's like the real housewives of the North Pole.
Yeah.
She is the real housewife. You know, she's the ultimate housewife diva down.
Yeah.
So I went with Mrs. Claus.
I mean, you want to change your answer because of what Chris said. That's how good it was. Kayla?
Clearly, it's a women trend. I said reindeer.
Reindeer.
Reindeer are bred for it. They're probably looking forward to that one day they get to fly around.
I'm with you.
There's no song for Mrs. Claus, though.
No.
She went on this
I
tour.
know. I know.
She ain't got no song. You know what I'm saying?
Look.
Where's the song with Mrs. Claus? She's the hardest working. So
She should write one.
I think it's Miss Claus.
All right. We asked 100 average Americans, what did they say? Oh my gosh, I don't even. 40% said Santa. Is that crazy? Miss Claus, 34%. I agree. That's because you just can't say Miss Claus.
You can.
All right. Chris has got 2 points. Linda, 1 point. Kayla, 1 point. This is the last question. It is worth a whopping 3 points. We asked 100 average American Olympic fans if you had to compete in one of these Olympic sports with exactly 1 week of training, which would you do the best at? Okay. A, wrestling. B, synchronized swimming. C, breakdancing. D, pole vault. 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Last question. It all comes to this. Greg, you were a Division I wrestler.
I was, Nate. That was the old me. I would go breakdancing.
All right, time's up. All right. It all comes down to this.
I know, I'm scared.
I know. Kayla, what'd you say?
I panic ordered. I don't want to do any of these. I was hoping curling was going to be up there.
Yeah.
I pick wrestling.
Yeah.
Thank you. I needed that, guys.
All right. Chris?
Rainy, I went with breakdancing. See,
Yeah.
I think you could do it. I think you could do
I
it.
know. That's why a lot of people talk about it being an Olympic sport. In fact, we think we could teach it in a week. Linda,
I did go with the break dancing, but
break dancing makes this interesting.
I just don't think you have to be that good at it. I
Yeah.
mean, you don't.
No,
have
it's
to,
hard to
like,
tell if someone's a
It
good
is
dancer.
hard, but you gotta
I
lead.
don't know. All right, this is a big one. It all comes down to this one. We got 2 break dancing, 1 wrestling. What did the average American say? That's crazy. Wrestling. Wrestling. I did not see that. All right, congratulations, Chris and Kayla. You're moving on. Unfortunately, Linda, you are the most below average American tonight. Thank you so much for playing. When the greatest average American returns, our players will be predicting how average I am at throwing football. Do not go anywhere.
Introducing the new Full of Life mat. New Double Wear. A mat made for more. Now with more color true shades. One made for you. More wear, up to 36 hours of long wear. More dimension. More skin value. Buildable, breathable, flexible. The new Double Wear, only from Estee Lauder. For a limited time, choose your free gift with any $45 Estee Lauder purchase at Macy's, beauty destination.
Hey, Mom, your mouth and eyes are doing that thing again.
Not again.
Let's talk to your doctor.
We learned the uncontrollable movements are called tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and were caused by mom's mental health medications. Mom was prescribed Austedo XR, a once daily extended release pill for adults. Austedo XR can significantly reduce TD movements, with some seeing a response as early as 2 weeks, and mom can stay on her mental health medications.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking Reserpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
UCTD? Ask about Austedo XR.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. We better pick it up because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $30 a month.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
Litter back. When cat litters are so heavy it hurts. If you suffer from litter back, try Tidy Cats Lightweight with astounding 21-day odor control. At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we've got your back. Tidy Cats Lightweight.
Dating as a mom of 3 isn't easy. Is he not just dating me? He's stepping into my world.
There's a really great chance that Taylor could be the one for me. Can't wait to be father, fiance, husband.
Let's do it. Wish me luck, guys.
Hot in here, isn't it?
You think your husband's here?
Yes.
Join host Gabby Wendy for an ABC special preview of Love Overboard.
Whoever you do not choose will be going overboard.
Sunday after The Bachelorette on ABC.
To the greatest average American. Chris and Kayla are one step closer to playing for the average American salary of $67,920.
All right, this next round is all about getting into the mind and body of the original greatest average American himself, and that is myself. Tonight, I am playing armchair quarterback. I will be seated in this comfy recliner and tossing footballs at these targets. I've got 60 seconds to nail as many as I can, and to figure out who's going to the bonus round, you two are predicting how I'm going to do. One of you will start off by guessing exactly how many I can make in 60 seconds. The other will then write over if you think I will make more than that, or under if you think I will make less. Taylor, you scored the highest in the first round, so you get to decide.
I will be doing the over-under.
Wow.
I'll leave the numbers to you.
There we go. Chris, how many footballs do you think I can get into these targets in 60 seconds? Write down your guess and show everybody except me. I do not want to see. Don't show me. All right. Taylor, you saw how many he said I would hit in 60 seconds. You think I'll go over that number or under it? Write down your guess and don't show anyone. All right, answers are in. It's my time to shine. Greg, little help.
All right, good luck, Nate. 60 seconds on the clock, please. On your mark.
Oh, boy.
Get set. Game.
I didn't make that trip, bud. How many did I get? 13. 13? Not bad. I'm feeling good. All right. Chris, how many did you think I could do?
Alrighty, so I went with 28.
I should have done 28. Taylor, if you guessed under, you win, but if it's over, then you're going home. What did you say?
I said under.
That means Taylor is moving on. Congratulations. You are the greatest average American, and you deserve a little something to go with your new title. How does $2,000 sound? But Sam, you turned it into $67,920. Far down to the bonus round when we return to the greatest average American.
Fresh finds perfectly picked for you. Now and new at Target. Asthma. Does it have you missing out on what you love? Get back to better breathing with Fasenra, an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, may occur. Get help right away for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop asthma treatments, including oral steroids, without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens or you have a parasitic infection. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor if Fasenra is
right for you.
I've got this old bike and I got the receipt right here. I'd for you to beat it with a better deal on the souped up model.
We can't do that. Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Not as cool as Verizon.
Get the same trusted Lysol disinfection that has a scent that'll make you move. Effortlessly kill 99.9% of germs with Lysol's brand new Day Lavender. It'll leave a scent you'll love.
If it hurts you to watch this, you'll want to hear this. The eczema medication you're taking may not be right for you. Visit myrawtruth.com and talk to your dermatologist about your symptoms and treatment options.
I can't believe Listerine has 6 benefits in every swish. I wonder if they're friends.
What?
Like, does 24-hour cavity protection hang out with repairs enamel, or do you think it's more of a work thing?
For a healthier mouth, wash your mouth with Listerine.
With approximately 1 in 8 people using GLP-1 drugs, a lot has changed in how people go about losing weight, and that includes at the grocery store. Tomorrow on GMA, the surprising GLP-1 effect that's actually changing grocery stores. Tomorrow on Good Morning America.
Now through April 30th, get a rate as low as 3.99% APR on new car and truck loans, or refinance your higher rate loan from another lender. Apply online today at myeecu.org.
Cruising down the freeway, and just my luck, boom, I got T-boned by a truck.
Ooh, just like that, I was sideswiped and in pain. Why couldn't that driver just stay in his lane? Hurt in a car accident? You know what to do. Call 800-222-2222.
After I called the Law Brothers, I knew insurance was going to have to pay me.
They got me $2 million from my case. Boom, baby! Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222. Her husband died. She wrote a children's book about grief.
Joining us now is author Corey Richards.
And then she was arrested for murder. And now, with the verdict in, guilty. Stunning exclusive interviews you'll only see on 2020.
She was my best friend. Eric was a good person, and he didn't deserve to die.
Why would she do this? Who is Corey Richards?
The 2020 true crime event, Friday night on ABC, and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
I'm here with our winner, Kayla. She has earned the coveted title of the greatest average American. And with that comes $10,000. There you go. That's yours to keep no matter what. But you now have a chance to increase your winnings to the average American salary of $67,920. And I know what everybody's thinking, especially the non-fun people. Well, you got to pay the taxes on all that money if you win it. Not on my game show. I'm going to put a little extra in to help cover all your taxes. Yeah. What will you do if you win it?
I would take a dream trip that I've wanted to do my entire life. That is going to Scotland. I'm Scottish, the Lockhart name, and I've dreamed of this trip for my entire life. Me and my husband got married in May, and we never got a chance to take a honeymoon.
Where's your husband here? Where's
He is the most
There he is.
in the crowd.
If I had to guess the man that married a fly fisher, that's what I bet he looks like. All right. You showed you can think like the average American, but there's one more group of average Americans you need to face, and that's our audience. Before the show, we asked them 7 questions. You have 30 seconds to correctly predict how the majority of them answered. Get 5 right, and you go home with $67,920. But beware, because it's 3 strikes, and you're out. All right, audience. It's your answers that are helping win this, buddy, so you should have some skin in the game. If Kayla wins, you're all going home with one of my favorite things. Julian, what are the gifts?
Backstage tours of the Grand Ole Opry.
That's nice. Great all. It's amazing. Look at it. It's amazing. You know, my first race is quick
that the off season? Last season, today's season. That's when I'll go back. It's fun to park. Remember, 3 strikes, you're out. 5 right. You're going home to $67,920. 30 seconds on the clock. You feel good?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I'm about to change my life in 30 seconds.
All right, here we go. What did this audience enjoy more at Thanksgiving, the football or the food? Food. Have they ever gone to Pearson?
Yes.
How do they wear their baseball cap? Do they have the way around? Which store do they like better?
Laundry.
None of them take and wear a pipe because they all get off. Would they rather be complimented on their looks or their brains? Brains. All right, 7 questions. There we go. We did it. All right. You feel good? You excited?
Yeah, I feel very confident about the song and very definitely panic order.
What did this audience enjoy more at Thanksgiving, the football or the food?
Could you picture Thanksgiving without the food? I feel like that's going to be loud.
I agree. All right. Well, let's find out. You said food. Did the audience say food?
It's our special language. I gotta teach you so nobody can understand us. Oh, what do you? I don't know. We should make one up. Sushi. What are you speaking? Chinese? That's Chinese. Sushi love. What were you doing? What were you doing when I called you? Before I called you? You were about to play. You need a haircut. Ooh. No. I was gonna give you some Robux. I was. I am.
I need Robux so I can buy a skin case.
You,
Thank you, Daddy. Here's the bell.
you want a skin case? Hold on. Let me log on. Oh.